Okay, we are live. It's going to feel like Groundhog Day for the folks sitting here, but we're going to begin the meeting as we do in a good way with the land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge first with respect that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory and that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and known as Bawating. Bawating is home to Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. We've got, Madam Clerk, the agenda.
A motion by Councillors Bruni and Segurdo resolved that minutes of regular council meeting of April 29, 2024 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
And under agenda item 4, declaration of pecuniary interest, Mayor Shoemaker has declared with respect to the planning application 267 Cathcart and 159 John Street, as the applicant is a client of the law firm. Also, with respect to agenda item 8.8.2.2, being a PUC joint venture, as one of the parties is a client of the law firm. Councillor Spina has declared with respect to the downtown security foot patrols, as he's a partner in a security company, and Councillor Gardy has declared a conflict with respect to the YMCA, as he is a member of the YMCA. Are there any others?
Seeing none.
I have a motion by Councillors Bruni and Segurdo resolved that the agenda and addendum number 1 for May 13, 2024 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries. Our meetings by bylaw and Planning Act requirements start with the Planning Act applications. So there are 4 matters on the planning agenda this meeting.
So agenda item 8.7.1, A524 OP strategic development areas. I have a motion by Councillors Bruni and Segurdo resolved that the report of the junior planner dated May 13, 2024 concerning A524 OP strategic development areas be received and that council approve this application and amend the official plan by way of a map and text change as outlined in OPA 252, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaw to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo, the report's 22 pages, so I'll ask you to provide a very brief summary of it.
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker. This application is a deliverable of the Housing Action Plan. The proposed strategic development areas are intended to accommodate the majority of new residential growth over the next 20 years. Their identification will support other initiatives such as housing incentives, parking reforms, and help to focus and prioritize certain infrastructure investments, such as new active transportation amenities and other infrastructure upgrades. Ultimately, these are the areas where we want to drive growth of the community. They're generally centered around mixed-use commercial nodes within safe walkable distance of a wide variety of amenities and services, including public transit. And the recommendation is to approve, and myself and Steve Zoop are available should council have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Council, any questions on the report? Councillor Dufour.
Not a question, Mr. Mayor, just a comment. It was a real pleasure to sit on this task force. It's a great report, and I'm very happy to see the fruits of one of my very first motions that I ever passed as a councillor back in 2019 come to some great fruition here. So I just want to express my appreciation to Mr. Tenazzo and all involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Council, other questions? Seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? That carries. Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. And Mr. Zupa, of course, who wrote the report. Madam Clerk. Votes open on your screen, Council.
We're just going to change the order a little bit so that the because conflict will do the one you're conflicted on last. 8.7.3 draft plan of vacant condominium 551 Cora Road and 0 Prentice Avenue. I have a motion by Councillors Kinnock and Segurdo resolve that the report of the junior planner dated May 13, 2024 concerning application 57T 24501 for 551 Cora Road and 0 Prentice Avenue be received, and that council grant draft plan approval for a 10-unit vacant land condominium consisting of 30 multiple attached dwelling units, subject to the conditions of draft approval outlined in Appendix A, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo? This one's been.
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker. The subject properties are located near the northwest corner of Second Line West and Cora Road, behind the No Frills Grocery Store and Shoppers Drug Mart. They have frontage and access onto Cora Road. This application is seeking draft plan approval for a vacant land condominium consisting of 10 lots to accommodate 30 multiple attached dwelling units, for which the zoning is already in place. The recommendation is to approve, and John McDonald is present to speak to this application should council have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Mr. McDonald, anything to add to that? No? Okay. Council, any questions? Councilor Bruni? Councilor Venezuela?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to the applicant or to Peter regarding when would the start of construction be for this, once it's approved here tonight?
To Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni. Potentially, we're planning and with council approval tonight, we're hoping, mid to late August.
Late August, thank you. To Mr. Tenazzo, has the residents in the perimeter been contacted or with a letter or any information at all? Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni. So we would have done our normal Planning Act circulation. So all property owners within 120 meters of the subject properties would have got a letter in the mail.
Good, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is long over, been purchased, I don't know how many times, apparently, but it's good to see it go through. Thanks.
Thank you, Council. I agree. Councilor Venezuela?
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. McDonald, so in the report, there was a recommendation from the Accessibility Committee regarding, because these units will be highly attractive to empty nesters or senior population, including like the zero-step entrance and exit, the zero-step showers. Are you aware of how many units possibly is in the plan to create that within these units?
You, Mr. Mayor, excuse me. Deal with the planning matters and the civil matters and not actual construction.
Okay.
They are built to obviously Ontario Building Code and accessibility standards within that. Further details on that, sorry, I'd have.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Council, other questions on this application? Councilor Kinnick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our guest there. So we have 30 units and you have 10 lots, but unit 10 on your lot is a lot larger than the other lots. So the other ones are the semis or being constructed, and then your condominium unit is going on unit 10 or 30 units on top of the other.
To you, Mr. Mayor, the remaining parcel which you speak is business as developed.
Okay.
You may recall we were at a previous meeting where an apartment building was proposed. The economics and the financing environment right now has changed. We're not saying that's off the table right now, but we are holding that for another phase.
Okay, thank you very much.
You, Councilor Kinnick. Other councilors with questions? Seeing none, we could have a vote. Oh, sorry, no, we can't have a vote on the matter. Anyone in the gallery to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone here to speak in favor of it? Okay, seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? That carries.
And 26 Queen Street East, a motion by councillors Kinnick and Zacordo resolved that the report of the planner dated May 13, 2024 concerning application A624Z 26 Queen Street East be received, and the council rezone 26 Queen Street East from central commercial zone to central commercial zone with a special exception to permit, in addition to the uses presently permitted in a C2 zone, a rooming house subject to the following special provision: allow residential dwellings and rooming units to be located on the ground floor of the existing building, but not directly fronting onto Queen Street East, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo?
Thank you, Mayor Shoemaker. The subject property is located on the north side of Queen Street, about 70 meters east of its intersection with Gore. The applicant is seeking council's approval to convert the existing building to a 13-bedroom rooming house, including units on the ground floor. Staff is of the opinion that rooming houses are an important part of the overall housing supply spectrum, and the inclusion of a vestibule or foyer directly adjacent to Queen Street will alleviate aesthetic concerns as it relates to the overall commercial character of the storefronts on Queen. The recommendation is to approve this application, and the owner applicant, Mehdi Arfae, is here to speak to this application should council have any questions.
Welcome to council, Mr. Arfae. Anything to add to Mr. Tenazo's description?
Well, we purchased the thing about 2 years ago and wanted to get the tenant back after pandemic, whole time prior to it. Wanted to get them back into the building, but they came in, they had the entire building, and they came in and requested wanting the half of the building. And in the meantime, we were trying to get another person to come on the main floor. We weren't successful. So we couldn't give the half of the building, leaving parking to them and not any parking to the main floor. And then after that, when that didn't go through, we had several people coming through wanting to use the building as residential. And the idea started going from there. We started thinking that there is a demand for housing, especially from international students all the way to PSWs that are here on contract. And we started basically putting the plan in motion to utilize the building and, trying to make use out of it, other than letting it sit there vacant. That's basically how everything started.
Thank you. Council, are there questions? Councilor Dufour, Councilor Bezoil?
Thanks, Mr. Arfae, for coming here tonight. My name is Luke Dufour. I'm the city councilor for Ward 2 in Sault Ste. Marie, in which your building is located. I just had a couple questions. First off, I really appreciate staff's report. I hypothetically agree with everything they're saying. I think that having more density downtown and on the ground floor in Queen Street makes a lot of sense for our city from a conceptual basis. Where I guess I have a few questions and a bit of concern is just with some of what our experiences have been with rooming houses in the past in the city, and with kind of a lack of property management when it comes to how those tenancies are managed. So I was just wondering if you could walk us through what your property management model is and if it involves a local provider or not.
Well, my wife actually is based, and my best friend, who I've known him all my life, is living in the city. I actually attended school college 20 years ago myself. So I'm very familiar with student housing and how I lived myself in a basement, nothing, literally not even my own washroom. So the idea behind basically us managing buildings started with my friend who actually lives here. He has other properties that he's managing. He's with Exit Realty, and my wife at the same time. So we thought about it as like, if it's a rooming house, it has certain rules that everyone has to adhere, everyone has to follow. And we started thinking that if he is here on ground, and my wife can be able to help with regards to choosing the right applicant for the possession of the rooms, then it can all basically fall into pieces. We also were thinking of basically having somebody in-house maintaining the building as requires for rooming homes. So not only cleaning the entire building, at the same time having someone in place in case it's wrong, and they can be able to react quickly.
I'm glad to hear that. I think that having in-town, in-person, on-site property management is a real key element in ensuring that this type of building is successful. Do you currently manage any other residential units in Sault Ste. Marie?
No. I have, like I said, two of my friends right now. One of them owns waterfront property in Sault, in Prince Township.
Mhm.
And they actually own a farm on Airport Road. And they had other properties in downtown area, but they had sold them. Right now, Alex, who's basically in town, lived here. He has managed other properties for other investors as well. So he's on ground managing himself. And he's willing to basically, because he knows me for a long time, he's willing to take over as well.
Great. Thank you. That's all my questions for you. Just by way of comment, Mr. Mayor, this is an application that again, hypothetically, I really do support, I think, I'm happy and satisfied with, Mr. Arfari's, answers tonight. But this type of application does cause me a bit of concern and worry, given the number of instances elsewhere in Ward 2 that we have dealt with different types of rooming houses or different types of tenancy situations that, quite frankly, have gotten completely out of control in other neighborhoods. And as I've watched and followed our bylaw enforcement efforts and also have been a part of watching property managers try to go through the LTB process in Northern Ontario, I must say I'm very dismayed with the lack of anyone's jurisdiction or ability to enforce even some of the most basic standards of quality in some of these units. It's a problem that, quite frankly, the rules haven't been updated soon enough. And not the police, not the city bylaw, and in a lot of cases, not property managers. There's no one person that has the ability to ensure that neighborhood impacts from buildings that do go sideways are mitigated in a timely manner. I'm sure there's many people here who can point out several of these buildings downtown. And I hope that as we sanction these rezonings as the City of Sault Ste. Marie under the Planning Act, that we are also doing everything we possibly can to raise to the province the gaps in the legislation that exist for us to ensure the quality and the lack of neighborhood impacts should issues arise. So I'm happy to support, but also these types of applications make me nervous. And I really hope that we can close some of those gaps in the legislation so that we can really enthusiastically move other things like this forward to help address our housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vezoalan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to first, Mr. Tonazzo. I received one email and had one phone call regarding this application. So, Mr. Tonazzo, most of the people were concerned with safety, like in terms of fire code, making sure that everything was going to be inspected. Could you please speak to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoalan. So the rezoning is the first step, and then the applicant will go through the construction phase, and that will require him applying for and obtaining building permits, and then building will go out and inspect. So there is no free pass from the Ontario Building Code here. So everything will have to be up to code.
Okay.
The fire retrofitting back in November through this. And
Okay.
in regards to commercial at this point. And we are going to obviously them to come back and look at it again as a rooming house. And to one more thing, I'm not sure if it's within the jurisdiction of Sault Ste. Marie, but the City of Toronto just passed a law regarding rooming houses to require, if they have more than 5 rooms, to require a license. So I'm not sure if it's happening in Sault Ste. Marie as well or not. To answer to your question, your concerns, if there's licensing that needs to be, fulfilled, I am more than willing to apply for that, comply and pay my dues. So I can be able to, at the end of the day, the whole idea is to provide housing for the right purpose, for the right reasons.
That was going to be my second question to Mr. Tonazzo is this going to be a long-term rental, or would this be something that would fall under our requirements for licensing for short-term rentals with Airbnb?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoalan. So our zoning definition of rooming house is that it can actually be your primary dwelling. So we're proceeding on the basis that these units would be available for more than 28 days.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tonazzo. My last question, and it would be, is concerning the no keyed locks on any bedroom doors. So I would like to understand, so, I had one of my children lived in residence at Trent University, had a lock on their door. So for me, especially if it's a mixed use rooming house, I certainly would want to know that I would have my privacy and also safety, that I could go to bed and lock my door. And I will say, as a woman, I certainly would not feel comfortable in a rooming house situation without being able to lock my door when I go to bed at night. So could you kindly explain the rationale on no keyed locks on any bedroom doors?
As far as I know, because I'm actually a renovator myself, that's what I primarily do is for a living. As far as I know, for every rooming house, every unit or every room requires fire rated doors, jams, and fire door rated locks with keys. So whether or not they're padlocks or regular keys, it requires the padlock. And whoever they're self-closing doors as they leave, and if they have keys with them, they're locking from behind. When they're inside, they have the basic option of locking when they're inside, when they're about to go to sleep at nighttime. So it is required to have those doors in place.
Well, then why does it say no keyed locks on any bedroom doors in the report?
I don't think I put that in that report itself.
It's on page
Mr. Tenaz?
5, under equitable housing and legal considerations.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Tenaz can speak to that.
Through you, Mayor Shoemaker. So that what that part of the report does is really outlining the distinction between rooming houses and self-contained dwelling units. So one of the normal things that you see with a rooming house is they actually have locked doors. So the individual bedrooms are lockable, whereas, you know, in a self-contained single detached dwelling or apartment with multiple rooms, the rooms won't necessarily have a lock on the door. That's what that was intended to communicate, that sort of fine line between 5 roommates getting together and renting an apartment and a rooming house that has individual rooms that are offered for rent.
Okay, so there will be keyed locks and fire rated doors on all the rooms. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Councilor Bezuilen. Other questions, Council? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone here to speak in favor of it? Seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? That carries. So that's what. Thank you.
A724ZOP 267 Cathcart Street and 159 John Street. A motion by Councillors Bruni and Sabordo, resolved that the report of the junior planner dated May 13, 2024 concerning Planning Act application A724ZOP be received, and that council, with respect to 267 Cathcart Street, approve official plan amendment 253 in the following manner. Redesignate the subject property on land use schedule C of the official plan from residential to commercial, and amend the official plan by way of a notwithstanding clause to commercial policy 4 to permit major office space 650 square meters outside of the downtown area. Rezone the subject property from low density residential zone with special exception number 365 to commercial transitional zone with the following amended special exception 365. A, repeal special exception provisions 1 and 2, and B, reduce the required number of parking spaces from 35 to 22 spaces. And that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaw to effect the same. And with respect to 159 John Street, the council deny the applicant's request to rezone 159 John Street for the purpose of permitting satellite parking.
Mr. Tonazzo, can you walk us through this application, please?
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. The subject property is the former Blessed Sacrament Church. It was previously converted to house office space on the main floor, and the applicant is now seeking council's approval to rezone the property to the commercial transitional zone, which is a neighborhood commercial zone. Immediate plans involve renovating the basement to house additional office space, and there will be no exterior alterations to the building. The recommendation is to approve this application subject to the recommended parking reductions, and the owner applicant, Claudia Daniels, is present. Should council have any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Mayor, city senior members, no, we've been in this station since 2018. It was renovated. Our office, our advertising agency occupies 2/3 of the main floor. David Ellis is on the other third, and we're looking to develop the basement. So it's in an effort to hopefully revitalize the West End. And I hope we can seek council support.
Council, do I have anyone with any questions? Seeing none? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Caputo and then Councillor Duke.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I've seen what's been done with Brooks Creative House on Cathcart Street currently, and I'm pleased to see an application of this like this coming through to try and improve the West End. So, Ms. Daniels, I just wanted to say thank you, and you have my full support. So congratulations, and I hope this is something that moves forward and we start to see the rejuvenization of that area. So thank you.
Councillor Dufour?
Thanks. To either the applicant or Mr. Tonazo, is everyone in agreement with the recommendation to deny the rezoning for satellite parking at 159 John Street? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Council? I just have a comment. I've been to Ms. Daniels' space. It's really quite beautiful and modern, and looking forward to what opportunities you're going to be able to create in the basement, and looking forward to seeing it when you're completed. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the application? Is there anyone here to speak that is opposed to the application? Seeing none, we can take it to a vote. It's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Appreciate
So council, just for everyone's awareness, we will be going back into closed session at some point soon. But before we do, we've got Chief Bell and Chief McCoy with us today to discuss the Robinson Huron Treaty Settlement. So I'd like to welcome them to council. If you want to join us at the podium at the front here. And we've got Mr. Peace here as well, who's their Treaty Settlement Coordinator, I believe is the title. Chief Bell, Chief McCoy, it's a pleasure to have you both with us here this evening. And there's lots of information coming from your communities and that are, that Sault Ste. Marie residents are reading, and so and that you want to convey to your members. And so what we thought, in discussion with both of you, that it would be helpful to have you at council to be able to get your message out to a broader cross section of our combined communities. And so it is a pleasure to have you here, and I'd like to welcome you and turn the floor over to you.
Miigwech. So just anim bojo ogma ganuni na des nagas makwadorum bachwana dunjaba. My spirit name is Ganuni. It means Golden Eagle Man. I'm Bear Clan, and I'm Chief of Bachwana First Nation. It is an honor and a privilege to be here tonight with you. Our leadership has always encouraged meaningful discussions to advance our nation-to-nation relationship. I am encouraged to see this meeting taking place so we can work to foster this important relationship with our fellow leaders and neighbors in Sault Ste. Marie. As you know, our First Nation will soon be receiving funds from the Robinson Huron Treaty Settlement. This is the largest First Nation settlement in the history of Canada. These funds are part of, or for past annuities and generations of our ancestors who didn't receive the expected annual payments they were promised by the Crown in 1850 in exchange for access to our lands and resources. Bachwana is anticipating that the money will flow to our First Nation this summer. In turn, that means our members will be receiving their distributions, and with the proximity to the city of Sault Ste. Marie, can anticipate a cash influx as well. Our populations will be stimulating the local economy, which will be of great benefit for our neighbors in Sault Ste. Marie. We are cognizant that this money may be have detrimental effects to some of our vulnerable members as well. We are preparing for this by setting up as many information and support sessions as we can to help with people in need. With the Sault Ste. Marie benefiting from the wealth that will be brought to the city, we do expect the city to help provide the necessary care for the vulnerable ones that are in the city. We hope to see the city invest with support resources for our urban members who may require assistance. I say miigwech for this meeting today. I hope this is the first of many. I believe we will need to continue to monitor the needs and the climate of our respective communities as this settlement reaches our doorsteps. Again, miigwech for your time and thank you for having us. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief McCoy. Gwetch. Chief Bell. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Ani Bojo Minugisep, Nimki Anaquet, Way, Nokomis, Kokam, Kedagonzi B, Ojaba, Jijak Doram, Ojibwe Andel. So my spirit name is Dancing Thunder. My name is Karen Bell. I'm the elected chief as of September 20th, 2023, first female chief for the Garden River First Nation history. I belong to the Crane clan and I am here on behalf of Garden River First Nation. I'd like to say Chimigwich, thank you very much to the mayor and to the city council of Sault Ste. Marie for the opportunity to address Sault Ste. Marie this evening. As you're all aware, and as my counterpart, Chief McCoy, Ogama, Chief McCoy mentioned, that the First Nations are set to receive an extremely large amount of money as a result of the Robinson Huron Treaty Settlement. The timeframe for the first installment of funds is to be released at the end of July, early August. Garden River's plans include a mix of payment to its members and the establishment of a legacy trust, including a miners trust. We have retained the services of a Robinson Huron Treaty coordinator by the name of Robert Peace, where comprehensive education sessions covering topics such as financial literacy, wills and estates, elder abuse, cyber crimes, mental health, and addictions. In the coming months, Garden River First Nation will be conducting extensive consultations with both within the community and the city of Sault Ste. Marie. We are also having online engagement sessions for our members who live outside the Algoma district. It should be noted to the city of Sault Ste. Marie that 70 to 75% of our members live away from the nation. In total, we have approximately 3,500 members. The collaboration and partnership with the city of Sault Ste. Marie is very important, and that its leaders is the key. With the leaders is key to navigating this very uncharted historic event. Garden River First Nation is requesting that service providers in the city of Sault Ste. Marie be cognizant that a long influx of its members at a higher rate than normal will have extensive wealth. And though they have the right to utilize the monies as they do so wish and see fit, the leadership hopes that any anomalies will be brought to our attention. Garden River is committed to transparency and community empowerment. As the chief and spokesperson for the nation, I look forward to collaboration and partnership, not only with the city of Sault Ste. Marie's leadership, but also with the businesses and the service providers within that will likely be utilized by our members. I would also like to bring to your attention call number 57 under the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendation from June of 2015. That call for action specifically invites all public servants at all levels of government to learn and understand the history of the Indigenous peoples, specifically to understand and acknowledge the impact of colonization and intergenerational trauma. I'm using this opportunity to challenge the city of Sault Ste. Marie to honor the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 57 by fulfilling that request. Garden River is making an official request to the city of Sault Ste. Marie to start acknowledging that traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people at each and every Greyhound game, home game. If you need help with the wording, I'm more than willing to provide some assistance in that acknowledgement for the announcement and voice announcer at every home game of the Greyhound games. In closing, I would like to once again thank Mayor Shoemaker and his council and the city of Sault Ste. Marie for the invitation to address at this platform. With that, that's the closing of my content. I just wanted to say that this is a stratospheric amount of money that's coming to the nation. There are some people that have never had any money, live very substantive and substandard. And this is going to come to the city of Sault Ste. Marie because Garden River, Batchewana, this is the closest municipality where they're going to come and spend some money. And they're going to spend a lot of money in the city of Sault Ste. Marie. And at the request of my people, I'm asking you full-heartedly and with passion, don't hurt our people. Treat them with dignity and respect. And if you have any anomalies, you have any issues and concerns, I'm in the phone book. I'm a one phone call away. I just don't want to see a lot of devastation of our people because they're going to be in a lot of areas of potential wealth and they don't have a lot of background in financial literacy, which we're trying to provide. So with that, I just want to say, Chimigwich, thank you very, very much for allowing us the platform to speak this evening. And with that, I also wanted to state that on behalf of my community, I do have a token of our appreciation with envelopes for the council members and then a gift for Mayor Shoemaker. So Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Bell. Before, thank you. Before we let you go, if there is information on the financial literacy sessions that you talked about and questions that, you know, your community members have or that our community members have with respect to the treaty settlement, the treaty payout, where and how can they get a hold of each of your nations?
Excellent.
Okay.
So I would say for Garden River, we have a website. So just go on the Garden River website. There is a lot of information there with respect to the Robinson Huron Treaty and the distribution of the monies that's going to be coming to the two of our nations. In the light of a background, there's 21 nations within the Robinson Huron Treaty. They start here in Batchewana, Sault Ste. Marie, they go as far as Parry Sound area, and there's 21 nations within that catchment. So there's going to be a lot of people, Indigenous people, with a heck of a lot of money, and they're going to want to spend their money somewhere. And we're hoping that they're going to do it in a informed manner and with the assistance of several people in the background, that we don't end up having a lot of the side effects of what happened in Western Canada when Indigenous people ended up with a lot of money. We all have seen the media. We've all heard that a lot of people, young people with money that didn't have it before, spent it carelessly. And, in fact, some of them succumbed to the unfortunate pillages of unsavory people taking advantage of them, unbeknownst to, the way they understand. When I mentioned the call 57, I wanted to really instill that it was the settlers that created us. We were here, yes, but it was the settlers that, there's a reason the settlers did what they did, and not you specifically, but the settlers put us in the disadvantaged situation that we're in. Now we're trying to rebuild ourselves as a nation-to-nation relationship with governments, and we want to be considered equal at the tables with you. Our people are getting educated. Our people are becoming very wealthy and knowledgeable, and we can't take the back burner anymore. We're now standing up and saying, you know what, we have a right to be here. We have a right place to be here, and we were here before anyone else arrived here, and the settlers took advantage of that. So we want to reclaim what was rightfully ours. So anyway, I'm going to leave the gifts right here at the table.
Well, there's a couple questions, but before you leave, we'll have both Chief McCoy and Chief Bell come up to the front and we'll do a photo together. But Councillor Dufour?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First off, I just wanted to congratulate you, Chief Bell, and you, Chief McCoy. Not just yourselves, but your nation, and especially all of the people that came before you to reach what is very much a momentous day for your nations for the conclusion of the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory. This is a big moment for your communities, and I just want to offer my sincere congratulations and appreciation to be in the position I am to witness this. I think it's a generational opportunity, and it's one that I know you both as leaders are keen to see as a building block for your nation. With that, Mr. Mayor, as I'm listening to the comments offered here by Chief Bell and Chief McCoy, they have pointed out some of the opportunity and some of the challenges that may be coming when it comes to social service providers, not just in their community, but in our community as well. Chief McCoy mentioned the vulnerable community members of his nation that we may have experience with here in Sault Ste. Marie. Chief Bell, I think, sees the same thing. Is there an opportunity ahead of this summer, ahead of this money flowing, for there to be, and maybe not on the council level, but more of a working group, or at least a strategizing to take place to be able to figure out, what providers, Indigenous-led providers are doing, and how Sault Ste. Marie's social service providers can help and can dovetail with those responses?
Yes.
Is that something that could be explored, or maybe it is being explored already and I'm just not aware of it? But I heard those comments loud and clear from Chief Bell and Chief McCoy, and I didn't want them to pass without an action being taken.
Mr. Rivera.
Circle meeting. It was suggested by the chiefs it would be helpful to have a meeting. And so an initial conversation was arranged with members of social services, city staff, police services, and others at the table, and we'll continue those conversations going forward.
Excellent. That's great to hear. And thank you both for coming. Rich.
Councilor Venezuelan.
Thank you. I think just further to that, I was looking at my calendar, and on Wednesday, May 22nd, we have a cultural competency training. And I think having a segment of on that day, because we are all together concerning that, and not just, bringing in police services, but also, our downtown associations, our Chamber of Commerce, our Canadian Federation of Independent Business. And I'm wondering, have Indigenous Services Canada given you any kind of support in terms of talking to the business community, or providing supports in terms of, their staff coming to assist with any kind of consultation and that sort of thing?
Well, I'll take it, Mr. Mayor. So, and through, Indigenous Services Canada has not stepped up to the plate. They've given the 21 nations $10 billion and said, here's settlement agreement stipulation, and here's, you figure out how to distribute it. And what you do with it is what you do with it. So no, we haven't had that. And you're absolutely right. We do have a couple sessions coming up with SETI and cultural competency. And I think maybe having some of these players at the table is very important, because this money's coming fast. It's going to be here at the end of July, early August, and we're going to start distributing money, a lot of money, to people, a lot of people. We both have well over 3,000 members in our communities, and not all live in the city of Sault Ste. Marie, but a good portion do, and a good portion live within the community itself. I also would suggest that somebody from the Surrey Hospital be a representative there, because we're going to see a lot of people with a lot of money, but we're also going to see a lot of side effects of that. And I'm envisioning a lot of our members utilizing those social services, and unfortunately, there'll be a large backlog, and that's why I wanted to address the city, because the people of Sault Ste. Marie are going to also see this, and they're going to make comments to you all individually as council members, saying that, now the lineups have gone, quadruple from what it was before. And, now you have all these Indigenous people with all this money, and the money's flowing crazily all over the city of Sault Ste. Marie, and potentially the increase of the cost of living or the cost of goods. So we have to figure this out. like post haste.
Yeah, so we do have May 22nd as an all day. And then there is another SETI meeting, which is online. We have an hour and a half. I think it's May 29th. So Chief McCoy and Chief Bell, I think definitely on that May 22nd, because it is in person, would be really important to have a segment regarding this for all of us. And then that's something I can bring forth with Carmel from the SETI group to see about chatting with that at our noon hour session that we have at the end of May as well.
We also have another Bawading Advisory Community meeting, tentatively scheduled for May 17th, Friday, May 17th. So yeah, we'll bring our concerns or anything like that then as well. But
Thank you so much.
Councillor Gardy.
Mr. Mayor, not much to add because Councillor Dufour spoke to what I was going to speak to, and Councillor Vezo-Allen mentioned dialing in the business community, which I think is a responsible thing for us to do. As the chiefs mentioned, this is our opportunity to step up and meet the call number 57 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations. I'm hopeful that the entire community, not just its leaders, will do just that. And to be clear, any community members of any community anywhere in the province or country, for that matter, who were to be provided this amount of funds would struggle in many ways. And I'm glad that our community is going to be working with our neighboring communities to meet those challenges. And I'm very hopeful and request that our business community and those who may be providing services to our Indigenous neighbors do that with the utmost sensitivity and compassion. Thanks so much, Chiefs, for coming.
well, for council's information, we have our First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and Gittiganzibi, Garden River First Nation. You also have Thessalon First Nation and Mississauga First Nation within an hour and a half, depending on how fast you do.
Everyone's driving the speed limit, so. Thank you, Chief. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Chiefs, for being here tonight, and congratulations. Like, I'm not going to go over everything Councillor Dufour said, but I couldn't agree more. This is just like such a momentous thing for your communities. I feel blessed to be able to see it, but I wondered, since both of you are addressing concerns in the social service areas, potential concerns, sorry, I know that you are able to sort of control how this money is distributed. And I'm not suggesting that this is what should happen, but I wondered if there was any conversation around having some money kept aside to assist potentially in some of the social service areas that you are seeing a potential need for the people of your nations.
Okay, yes, through the mayor, yes, we do have external and internal mechanisms in place. Right now, Batchewana and Garden River belong to the North Shore Tribal Council, and that is a one level above the grassroots level at each nation that provides supports to the nations in the realm of what you're mentioning. We know that this is going to be life altering for many people, most people, and we are trying to take preventative measures for the well-being of our members, both within the community and externally. We do have, and we have recently hired several individuals with professional backgrounds within the social services, and they're collaborating on relationships and meetings on their own to do best practices in the hopes that things don't go awry, and that we're there to provide those supports to them as we move along with the distribution of funds. So, Miigwech.
Councilor Caputo, anything further?
No, thank you so much. Thanks for coming. And also as a member of our social service administration board, I know that we're always amenable to having these conversations should you ever want to discuss them there as well. So miigwech.
And I think, we've, we'll conclude unless there's other questions. No, by just saying, we've heard a lot, about the risk that's going to be present with the distribution of funds, but it is a celebration. It is a great thing. The treaty, I think 1875 here, so I'm doing rough math, but we're talking 150 years. 150 years where Government of Canada didn't live up to its obligations under the treaty. So it's a great thing to see that, a breach of contract, as it is kind of in the simplest terms, is being rectified even after all these years. And so it's a positive for your community that throughout all the difficulty that and the fraught relationship over the years with the Crown, that there is a better path forward. And hopefully this will be the beginning of a better path forward. And just from the perspective of the city of Sault Ste. Marie, if we can participate in making that path forward better, we are happy to do so. Things like we're doing here tonight, the cultural competency training that many city staff and myself and council participated in recently, put on by Garden River First Nation, was excellent and appreciated. And hopefully that all goes to meeting those Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, not just call to action 57, but there are a whole host of them that the municipality can work on, and we're committed to doing so. So thank you both for being here. And if you could come to the front, we could.
Yeah, I just have one final comment. In saying all this, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the leadership here and, to the city of Sault Ste. Marie. I actually live in the city of Sault Ste. Marie and have for, 40 plus years. So I kind of understand the dynamics of the city. Excuse me. But I mean, not all is doom and gloom. Like I'm giving the risk factors, yes, but we also are very aware that we're holding money aside for the prosperity of our nation, for the future, and those 7 generations that are going to come beyond us when we're no longer sitting in the positions that we are. So yes, people are going to be getting money, but our nation is also setting money aside so that we can prosper and not rely on the federal government as handouts as we had for the last 175 years. So, miigwech.
Miigwech. All right, council, procedurally, we are a bit out of the norm today, but we are going to continue the closed session from earlier. We don't need a further authorizing resolution?
We do not, we read the motion at 4 o'clock when we went into open briefly to go into closed.
So we will move back into closed, come back into open once we are done that. Council. All right, council, we will get back to regularly scheduled programming here. We're just waiting for 2 more councilors to show up. And the clerk, of course, who we need to conduct the meeting. Are we broadcasting, Ms. Zupa? We're broadcasting. Okay, council, we will get back to it. We have gotten through 6.1 of the agenda, which brings us to 6.2, Madam Clerk, which is we've got our friends here from the YMCA, Mr. D'Agostini, Ms. Schofield. Welcome to council. And then council, we will go to the staff report after this delegation. Welcome to council. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elise Schofield, and I am chair of the board for the YMCA of Sault Ste. Marie. On behalf of our board, I want to offer my immense and heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Shoemaker, City Council, and staff, the Anonymous Local Charitable Foundation, various community partners, and the members, participants, and families who have shown up and stepped up to share the importance of the Y to our community and to help ensure its continued viability in the Soo. Additionally, I want to thank the dedicated and strong YMCA staff and volunteers. Their hard work and collaboration under this immense pressure is nothing less than inspiring. They have come together not only as a team, but as a family to support each other. There are no words I can describe how amazing each and every one of them are, and they have my utmost gratitude and respect for everything they do. The people from staff and volunteers to community members and gracious donors are what makes the Y the wonderful place that it is and has always been. Our YMCA has a long and proud history of supporting healthy lifestyles, personal growth, and services to the community. Not only that, but we are a second home to many children, youth, adults, and seniors. We are a safe community space to gather, connect, play, and grow. Thousands of children and families and individuals of all ages engage with our programs and services. It has always been the intention and hope of our board and leadership team that our legacy of developing healthy spirits, minds, and bodies in Sault Ste. Marie would be a lasting one. And like so many other charities and organizations, we have faced a multitude of challenges in the past couple of years. Those were increased operational costs, coupled with inflation and a slow return to pre-COVID levels of participation. Those factors brought our charity to an absolute critical point. While this was not shared publicly because we were working to ensure stability and did not want to jeopardize membership growth and program enrollment, we were working diligently on a number of things, including the implementation of our post-COVID recovery and sustainability plan, discussions with community and government partners about potential partnerships and program delivery models. But unfortunately, despite all of our efforts, because of the financial runaway we had, there was simply not enough momentum for us to sustain the operations as a charity on our own, which led to our closure notification in April. But this community, with great heart and dedication, has shown us the path forward. Again, on behalf of the board, I offer heartfelt thanks to all involved and want to reiterate our commitment to this process and the terms in our trajectory forward to ensure the viability and stability of our community's YMCA. We are steadfastly focused on the strength and viability of the Y, and I'll now turn it over to my board colleague, Jake, to share what our YMCA is focused on going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, and senior staff. Good evening. As I begin, I want to echo Elise's gratitude to everyone in the community who's engaged with or contributed to this solution. Your support and commitment means that we will continue to offer employment opportunities, programs, and services that positively impact the lives of thousands of people in our community. That's thousands more children's, families, and individuals who will be able to continue to experience the benefits the YMCA has to offer. As Elise has shared, our board is focused on the future. First and foremost, we are focused on the well-being of our staff. This has been an extremely difficult situation for each of them, and yet they still showed up with commitment and care to continue to offer quality programs, services across our association each day. That is Y Spirit and our values in action. We are deeply grateful for every one of them and their families for their resilience and support during this extremely challenging time. Because of them, our programs and services in health and fitness and childcare will continue strong. We would also like to thank our devoted members. Without your steadfast and unwavering commitment to the Sioux YMCA, this would not have been possible. We are now focused on ensuring our operations are fully 100%. First up, it's time to kick off the summer program planning and get ready for summer camps. Sioux families can expect the same level of safe, enriching summer camps as we've always offered. We're also ready to start offering new memberships and recognize the urgent need to grow. We have a big lift in front of us, and we are confident in our team. We look forward to the community and continuing to show their passion for the YMCA by renewing and signing up for new memberships and bringing their friends and family members along to experience the YMCA. We can't wait to welcome the Sioux community back to the YMCA. And thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. D'Agostini and Ms. Schofield. Council, the YMCA report is 8.3.1. The clerk can read that resolution, then we can get into the discussion of it.
I have a motion by Councillors Bruni and Zagordo. Resolved that the report of the CAO dated May 13, 2024 concerning an agreement with the YMCA be received and council authorize city staff to finalize a 10-year lease agreement with both the organization and the YMCA. Further, that council authorize a contribution of $505,000 from the contingency reserve to support capital refurbishments at the YMCA and maximize an NOHFC funding agreement. And further, that council requests staff determine a path forward to enable the YMCA building to continue to be exempt from municipal taxation if such exemption is lost as a result of this transaction.
Councillor Bruni.
This here. Thank you. I have a comment and maybe a recommendation if possible, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank the private charitable foundation which has purchased the property and the building. When I first heard the arrangements regarding the city will hold the lease and sublet the lease to the YMCA, I was totally against it. I thought it is a strong liability to our city, to our taxpayers. If the YMCA does not meet the monthly payments, the city would be responsible. And after discussions with the mayor and staff, I decided I would support the lease program because the monthly operating expenses will be reduced and much more affordable to the YMCA. But what I will not support is the additional funding of the $505,000 from the city to match the $495,000 from the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation for the capital upgrades. I believe the upgrades should come from the purchaser of the building or the YMCA. Further to my decision, we have not heard or received any financial support from YMCA Northeastern, YMCA Ontario, and YMCA Canada. And it is interesting, in the report it says YMCA in the Sioux will enter into an agreement with, at a later date, with a regional YMCA at some point in the future. If we pass this resolution in full, we are setting precedent with other nonprofit organizations or even private organizations. My recommendation, if I have council support, would be to have two resolutions from this original resolution that Rachel has read. One for the approval of the leasing so we can sublease the property to the YMCA and one for the $505,000 matching dollars from NOHFC, which I will not support. So I thank you, and I ask Mr. Mayor, what would the process be if I wanted to introduce this separately?
Clerk?
I have separated the resolution based on your comments into two. So I have a motion by Councilors Bruni and Zagordo resolved that the report of the CAO dated May 13, 2024 concerning an agreement with the YMCA be received, and council authorized city staff to finalize a 10-year lease agreement with both the organization and the YMCA. Further, that council requests staff determine a path forward to enable the YMCA building to continue to be exempt from municipal taxation. And then the $505,000 contribution I've separated into a second resolution that I'll need a mover and seconder. So with the motion now is to authorize staff to finalize the lease agreement and determine a path forward to enable the building to continue to be exempt from taxation.
So Madam Clerk, procedurally, I think essentially it's a motion to amend by Councillor Bruni. Is there a seconder for the motion to amend? Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth. So we're debating, whether or not to split the resolution into two and have the first one deal with the lease and the second one deal with the capital upgrades. So Councillor Bruni has explained why we ought to do that, and then we'll have a speaker in opposition or clarification question. Councillor. Okay. Specifically on the amendment. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Before I decide whether I'm in support or opposition, I was just wondering if you or Mr. Ver could speak to the capital funds and the role that they play in the purchase agreement and the lease. So we're looking at splitting them after, presumably a purchase agreement has been arrived at that I'm assuming had assumed some capital improvements. Can either of you just speak to what role those capital improvements play in that purchase agreement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I would say in our discussions with the foundation that capital infusion was basically contingent on the deal closing. So without those capital funds, then the deal would not proceed.
So sorry, the deal is contingent on the capital funds flowing through.
The matching NOHFC and those combined numbers being available for capital improvements.
Okay, and the reason for that is just simply like the building condition over the life of the lease, or is there something else that we should know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, there's some immediate items that have been flagged for repair in the facility, the boilers and some roof repairs. So that capital funding will go towards those repairs, which are important for the facility.
Okay, and is it a condition of the NOHFC grant that it's only a 50% matching dollar?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, yeah, I should say the potential NOHFC funding is conditional on having the matching funds. Those funds are always a split between the proponent and the NOHFC.
Okay.
Any further questions, Councillor?
Nope, thanks. I'm good.
And I just wanted to clarify one thing on Councillor Bruni's comments. There's an agreement to purchase the building, but hasn't been sold yet. You had said that it's been sold, but it's not quite yet. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the public. Councillor Spina, you had questions on the amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Ver, you may or may not know this, perhaps maybe even our guests may or may not know this. If Councillor Bruni's amendment is authorized or approved tonight by council, is there potential that perhaps the city of Sault Ste. Marie does not have to put up that $500,000, but given the fact that the YMCA organization would enjoy considerable savings because they wouldn't be paying severance packages and such to employees, would they have $500,000 in reserves to be able to match those funds instead of the city of Sault Ste. Marie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I think the short answer is no. They wouldn't have the financial capability to undertake those capital repairs on their own, given the financial modeling that we undertook.
Was that one of the potential outcomes that was modeled, or was this not considered to have them put up the money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, certainly when we looked at the financial capabilities of the current organization, it wasn't really a question whether they would have those funds to do that.
Okay, thank you. So it just wasn't feasible no matter what. Thank you.
Councillor Caputo on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was my question. If the YMCA was able to put up the additional 505,000 if this was shot down. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Spina, we're still on you. Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. Just, is there a potential for them to put anything in to have any skin in the game here?
One thing, council, that I had thought about since Councillor Bruni gave me the heads up that he was going to be seeking to split this is perhaps the authorizing resolution. I'm just trying to find the original wording of it. So it says further, the council authorize a contribution of 505,000 from the contingency reserve. If we added a couple words, further, the council authorize a contribution of up to 505,000, that is a discussion that we could still have over the due diligence period with the YMCA. And if there is any ability to contribute even 10% of that, that would, I think, go a long way. But it doesn't appear to be so, I think, is what Mr. Bear is saying on the financial modeling. But maybe as we work through, and I say we, I mean the Y, the city, foundation, maybe as all those parties work through this, there becomes a clearer path for the Y to contribute something. But that would require procedurally voting down Councillor Bruni's amendment and then further amending the motion with those words added into it. Councillor Vesval.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, what is the term length of the NOHFC funding? Is it 24 months? Because usually it is you pay up front and then you get reimbursed. And there's usually a time frame with the granting period. So is it a 12-month or a 24-month? So it's because it is that reimbursement piece and we have matching. Are you aware of what the time frame is for that funding envelope to be realized and reported?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Veswellen, I'm not aware of the time frame at this point in time. I think that would still have to be determined, through NOHFC and that process. I don't think it's been set out at this point.
Okay, and is it a preliminary approval based on matching funds being confirmed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Veswellen, at this point, I believe it's what we can say it's potential funding from NOHFC.
Okay, so no contract has been signed for the funding contract. My only other, just to get some scope as in terms of who we support, and I'm sorry, Ms. Shell, that I didn't ask you earlier. I'm hitting her on the spot. We do support nonprofits and registered charities in our community that do charge a fee for entry. Art Gallery and Bush Plain are two that I can think of. But Ms. Shell, could you give us not an exact list of local charities and organizations that we do support on an annual basis?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Veswellen, you're going to push my memory here.
I know.
Back to budget time, and I might call on Mr. Lamming as well because he might be able to fill in my blanks. But you already mentioned the Bush Plain, the Art Gallery. The other one is the Sault Ste. Marie Museum. We also have non-cash type organizations that we support, such as Bon Sioux and Rotary for the parade. So there's a whole list of organizations that we do provide support, either financial or in kind to.
And Bon Sioux is a fee, I believe it's $10 for a button, and you require the button for that. Mr. Lamming, perhaps you can answer that.
Sorry, I'm just going, if we these are good questions for the overall report, but on the amendment specific to splitting it into two.
I'm trying to rationalize that we do support nonprofits, and in understanding that if those funds are not available to the Y organization, then it will be null and void. So we're basically taking almost $500,000 off the table to support a charity. And a lot of the argument is that public funds shouldn't go towards public spaces that either charge a fee. And when you take a look at our strategic focus, community development and quality of life are in our strategic plan, and that's what governs us. And I think, we need to take a look at, what this $500,000 does as a complete holistic approach with our community, because we're not setting a precedent, because we do support charities that charge a fee for entry into their facilities. And that's what I'm trying to demonstrate with my questions.
Sorry, yeah, you've gotten there, I think, with your comments.
Got you
So. Did you still want Mr. Lamming to take a stab at answering that?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bezel, and I'll just add another one that my colleague had mentioned. The PV Arena is another one that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hollingsworth, did you have questions on the amendment?
Procedure, are we allowed to ask questions directly to the Y?
If it's on the amendment right now, yes. That's when we get to the main report, for sure, you'll be able to. But if it's on the amendment and their view specifically of the amended request that
It seems with the amendment, it seems that people are concerned that the $500,000 is being taken off the table. Seems. So I'm just curious if the YMCA can comment on how they feel if the $500,000 is not matched. Do they have some other information that might be helpful for us to know? If we did vote with the amendment and the amendment goes through, I was wondering if the YMCA can still feel they can add on some more useful information.
Are either of you in a position to answer that?
To a degree. As you know, we are in a financial situation in which we do not have the funds to support this. So we're working with city in order to support us on that all. I can't comment on it any further than that.
Councillor Dufour. Then Councillor Zagordo. Sorry.
I'm not done.
Go ahead. Yeah. Apologies.
Okay, that's okay. Through you, Mayor. That's fair. That's a fair comment. As one other councillor was saying, is there anything else? You don't have to give me a dollar wise. Is there anything else that you could financially contribute if you don't get the 500,000?
We would have to refer to our financial advisors to be able to answer that question. So I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dufour.
So just to clarify my previous question, Mr. Mayor, with the $1 million in capital improvements, is that with the idea that they would need $1 million over the life of the lease? Or is that with the idea that they need an immediate infusion of that amount in order to stabilize the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, it's an immediate infusion in order to address outstanding capital issues that need to be repaired.
So if it's an immediate infusion, then doesn't it make sense just to have the one motion? Because it doesn't seem to me that there is a possible scenario where we agree to the lease, but not to the capital requirements that are conditions of that lease. Like why would we split it up when it's all the same conversation?
Yeah, I think Councillor Bruni would say that he supports part of the request and not the other part in his comments. But the reality is, I think if council as a whole doesn't support both parts of the request, then deal will likely not move forward.
Okay. So, and maybe this is a turn for Councillor Bruni, but why would we then split it up? I guess I'm just not understanding the rationale if it's all a package deal. Shouldn't we just vote on it that way?
Mr. Mayor, if they didn't receive this funding, would you be able to survive as leasing the piece of property and the building with increased membership in the next 3, 4, 5 months?
If you can answer.
If you can answer.
From my understanding, no. It is a absolute need that we would need to match that NOHFC for building operations.
The building's isn't operational right now. If the building was in that dire of need, it would be shut down, wouldn't it? I don't understand. Like, all of a sudden, we have to spend this $1 million right now to make this successful.
I mean, the building is essentially threat of shutting down if we're not.
It's being shut down because of financial issues.
Which are contributed to because of building.
Yes and no. I mean, I don't have the financial statements in front of me. I think we're trying to turn this around here that my colleague, his argument is it should be voted as one. Well, I disagree. It should be voted as one. It's taxpayers' money, and I want the Y to survive. Trust me. Do I want to put the 505,000? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't think, I think you can survive through the summer. And in the meantime, maybe there's other funding available that you don't need the city's portion. You know, we got government officials to help out. Maybe there's some other organization out there that would help you.
And just to that point, Councillor Bruni, I think that if the approval were amended to say that it were up to 505,000, those discussions could happen. But at some point, I mean, essentially the city's being asked to be the backstop in this relationship. And at some point there is going to need a backstop based on the understanding that the Y can't do it themselves. Councillor Hollingsworth, hang on a sec. We've got Councillor Bruni, then Councillor Segordo, then you.
I'll have a couple comments after.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Segordo, then Hollingsworth, then Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions have been asked and answered, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Specific to the amendment, folks, please.
Fair enough. Through you, Mayor, to again, the YMCA. Just to clarify what my colleague, Councillor Bruni, was getting at. If we all, just for clarity, what this amendment's all about. Again, it's not the 500,000. Right now, it's basically asking us to backstop, which in your opinion, would that be helpful? Or would you be happy if we are here to say, yes, we're backstopping you, meaning that we would basically pay for your lease payments, correct?
Sorry.
Sort of.
Payments, could you clarify?
I think Mr. Mayor could probably answer that better than else.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, the arrangement that's contemplated is that the city would enter into a lease agreement with the foundation, and then we would sublease to the YMCA. As part of that agreement with the foundation, the capital repairs and the matching of the NOHFC money is contingent on that deal going through. So it is all in part of the same agreement with the foundation in order for this to proceed.
Okay. And are you able to comment right now about what the lease would look like? Would the lease payments, to your knowledge, if you can share, be the same, or can you comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the lease agreement isn't finalized yet, but certainly what's been contemplated would result in a lower monthly payment from the YMCA in order to cover that lease payment.
Okay. Hypothetically, if that's the case, then that gives them extra money in their pocket. They would not be paying out as much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I mean, the critical thing to understand is the YMCA was or is in financial difficulties now. And so what we're looking at is an opportunity to bridge this in the near term that will allow them to emerge and be more sustainable. But certainly there is help that's needed in the immediate term in order to see that through. And that's the agreement that's being contemplated.
Right. And my last question is, with the 500,000 matching, again, what is that money going to be used for? To buy the new boiler? To buy the new roof?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, certainly the boilers, which has been an item that has been on the replacement list or the repair list for a long time for the YMCA, in which They have not been able to do that because they haven't had the financial means. So that's the main priority. And then there are some repairs to the roof. What we would need to do is work with the YMCA and their team, along with our team at the city, to see how much we can accomplish with that $1 million. Hopefully we can stretch it out and cover all the immediate repairs that are covered or need to be taken care of. But that's something we're going to work through in a process with them. Certainly the boilers, though, are the top priority.
Okay, so going back to the amendment, if we, again, take the 500,000 out of the amendment, it's nothing to do with salaries. It sounds like it's more of the building maintenance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that is correct. It is for capital repairs for the building. Again, I just have to say that it is contemplated as part of the agreement with the foundation. So it's a contingent piece of the agreement proceeding.
Okay, do you want comments at this time or just stay with questions?
Just questions. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I believe to our friends, our guests from the Y, presumably with the sale, if a sale were to go through, presumably with the sale, you would have access to significant funds as a result of that. Would you be in a position at that point to use those funds to pay the $500,000 or perhaps repay that to the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie?
I'm unable to answer that at this time. We would have to seek with our partners from Y Canada, Y Ontario, and of course the city to see what that funding would look like.
Okay. You stated there's multiple repairs that need to be done. Do you have any evidence you brought with you today? A lot of what we've asked you haven't been able to answer or provide any evidence to support any of it. Do you have anything with you today that can support any of the statements or?
We're talking about the amendment.
Right. And I want to see if there's anything to support that, like Councillor Bruni says, do these repairs need to be done right now?
Okay, so ask that of staff.
Are the experts these individuals or staff? I'm not sure.
The board, I don't think they're bored like us. We are not experts in what capital repairs need to be done at our building, and I don't think they're experts in what capital repairs need to be done at their building. So our staff has gone through that with their staff, which is the exact relationship on at which level this discussion needs to happen. Probably our staff are better suited, frankly, than the board members here to answer those questions.
Okay, I guess to Mr. Bear.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I'm going to refer the question over to Brent Lamming. His team has been on the site there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we've been working very closely with the Soo Y Board, Y Ontario, Y Canada. We have detailed quotes on what the boilers are required to be repaired. There's 4 in total. 1 is totally offline, 1 is at the end of its life, and the other one is heading that way. So that needs to be addressed immediately with the funding. So this funding will allow for that. There are some roof leaks that are critical that need to be repaired. So when we get the quotes and the tenders come in, if we can stretch it further, we'll do everything. So that's critical. The building's built in 1965. We know there's repairs. We've had buildings that old. And so we'll do what we can to support in that process to guide them which repairs should be done in priority order.
Thank you. And would there be any potential for in-kind work from the city instead of putting out that money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we would utilize with council support our expertise. We have a manager of building maintenance that could go in and take an overview and a look to see what's critical to be done. So that if we would look for that support right there and then guidance on general procurement practices, but we would look to the Y to lead that.
So as the mayor said, if we had a potential alteration to the, an amendment, to the motion that said up to, that we may be able to have significant savings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spina, it's a possibility that there could be some savings, but not until we get it.
Savings or other money that was found somewhere else. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I thought part of your question there was about donors. Or did I miss the question?
Sorry, about which?
Did you ask about donors contributing to the capital campaign?
Nope.
No. Okay, I misheard the question.
But I can if you.
Well, no, I think I think if you had asked that question, so it's great that you did. Thank you. If we approve up to 505,000, I think that also allows the opportunity for capital contributions to the building from outside if folks are willing to do so. So that's one area where I think a smaller change than what's being proposed might help us realize some savings. Councilor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just your last comment about the board not being the experts and referring our questions to our staff. when did our staff become the expert on what is wrong with the YMCA? Why are they answering these questions? And if I could pose the question to the board members from the YMCA, who is supposed to be the expert on this building and how did it get to this state?
So I could take that through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo. So we do have a number of experts in the building that would be through operations. Since we've entered crisis, our city has graciously helped to work with our operations division, and those questions could be answered better by them rather than me taking a shot at it.
So I guess my question though is, if we're giving you this money and the operations department remains the same as the operations department that has allowed this building to go to shambles, are we throwing the money away is kind of where I'm going. Is there going to be a change in who's dealing with this?
So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo. As Mr. Lamming said, the building was built in the 60s, so I don't know that anybody's let it go to shambles. It's just repairs that have been needed over time. And because our charity has, been surviving on, basically around, making $0, we've been unable to purchase many of the repairs that we needed.
I understand that, but at a certain point, from my understanding, okay, let me ask you this. How long has that boiler been on the repair list?
The boiler's been on the repair list for a number of years, but like I said.
What's the number? Like 10, 25? What's the number?
I couldn't give you an exact, again, the board of directors would be in charge of the governance. And at that point in time, I couldn't give you a for sure answer, but it has been on the list of repairs since I've been on the board. And like I said, because the balance sheet is essentially.
Councilor Caputo, let him answer.
Sorry.
Let him answer.
Sorry.
Since 2019. And because the balance sheet is, essentially zero, if not maintaining a loss, then we were unable to make those purchases.
Okay, so I want to support this wholeheartedly. I really do. I'm worried that we're going to be giving these funds to an operation that is failing or that has failed. That is not changing. We're just giving money in places and to potentially to people who have mismanaged it before. So how are we being assured of this 505,000 that Councillor Bruni is concerned about? How are we being assured that this money is going to be put to the use that it should be?
I think CAO Bears indicating he wishes to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I think a couple things. One, we've been collaborating with the YMCA and staff working with them at the staff level. Certainly what's been contemplated is the city would have a role in the governance of the organization. A board seat potentially is what we've talked about, or more on the organization to assist them with that going forward. And then our team certainly working with the YMCA team and assisting where we can as it relates to these capital repairs, and bringing the expertise of our team to assist the Y in the near term.
Okay, so just to clarify, I think this has already been clarified a number of times, but this is a package. We have to support either all of it or kind of it all goes by the wayside, correct?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, that's correct. I think this is part of the agreement that's been at this initial stages negotiated, and would be all of it is contingent on the support of the Y and the YMCA continuing.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions on the amendment then.
I'd just like to clarify one thing from your questions, Councillor Caputo, which is building built in 1965 gets old. We just had it at the McMeekin. We had serious capital concerns there, including the carbon dioxide, monoxide, one of the two, getting out and causing injury to numerous people. And it's not that, you know, it was let to get to that point. It's that the building got old and became came to a spot where it doesn't make sense to invest financially into it. What we need from this YMCA proposal is for money to be invested in it so it can get to a point where there is a renewal opportunity. And that's what's before us. It is a plan to get to renewal, because this 1965-year-old building is not the long-term plan for the YMCA. I think they will admit that, the folks who are here. Our staff has come to that conclusion rather quickly, but we need to get there. And if it closes today, it's going to be a lot of pain in the intervening periods until there is a renewed facility, whether that is a Y facility or a city facility. This helps bridge that gap between what the current operations are and what we know the future is, which is not in this building. So I think we have exhausted more than the amendment questions. Councillor Kinnick, sorry, if it's on the amendment, I did have you on my list. Is it on the amendment?
Yeah, it's pertaining to the amendments.
Okay, let's take a stab at it.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to CAO Bear. So with the way this is written right now, the resolution and the amendment going forward, we would be contributing $505,000 today, and possibly another 100,000 if the Y can't make their lease payments this year. So we'd be for 600,000 this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kinnick, two things I would say. Yeah, we're committing the $505,000 towards the capital repairs. Those repairs, as they happen, that's when the money will be spent and the claims will be made to NOHFC. And as well, the city would be basically backstopping the lease for the Y. So while we anticipate the YMCA will be making their payments, and I must point out, they hadn't missed a mortgage payment in any of the time that they had their building. There is that risk to the city that the city's backstopping that lease. So it's not that we're paying the 100,000. We expect the YMCA will be paying that 100,000. The city's there as a backstop.
Okay. So like you just said, the Y has never missed payment on their building. So
correct. They had not missed a mortgage payment.
Okay. And then for the total over the 10 years of this lease agreement that we're agreeing tonight would be 1.5 million for 10 years, period.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kinnick, that is the commitment the city's making essentially. And then the YMCA, the anticipation will be paying the city for that 100,000. So ideally, if all goes well, then we were just committing the $500,000 and $5,000, sorry, to the capital.
Okay, so best case scenario, it's just a $500,000 contribution one time today. Worst case scenario, over the 10-year lease, we are in for a 1.5 million for the Y. Doesn't matter what happens to the Y. Saved?
No. So maybe I'll refer to Shelley Shell, our Chief Financial Officer, and she can help explain that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kinnick. Definitely the minimum is the 505 that we're committing to. Potentially, there could be an additional $1 million, up to $1 million, if the YMCA can't meet their lease payments. But as CAO Ver has indicated, we're pretty confident that the Y will be able to manage that, much like they did with their mortgage debt servicing. The unknown part that we can't quantify right now is that through this type of lease payment, the city would be responsible for any major capital repairs that could occur during that 10-year period. That's assuming that the Y does not have sufficient funds to manage that capital. Based on the information that was provided, there's not a lot of contribution to capital even over the 5 years, unless there's a significant increase in memberships, which will help sustain them even further and to be able to manage any major capital repairs that will happen during the transition period until such time that a decision is made as to whether it'll be a new build or a major renovation to take the Y to the next phase.
So, splitting it up, like there might be some support the lease, don't want to support the contribution, but if overall, if everybody wants it this way, it doesn't matter if we vote on one thing or two things, it's still gonna go through. Well,
No, it'll depend what the vote is.
but we vote for the amendment and then we would split up the contribution for the capital investment of 500,000 and then the lease. But if we vote for one or two, maybe some people don't want to support, but there still might be a majority of council that supports all of it. No.
Right. If the majority supported both motions, then we'd be in the same spot over the course of two motions. Yes. Okay, so with that, we will have a vote whether or not to amend it to divide it into two separate motions. So all in, sorry. Madam Clerk, did you want to read this? This is slightly different than what we were read earlier.
Motion by Councillors Bruni and Hollingsworth resolved that the main motion be amended by removing the words further that council authorize a contribution of $505,000 from the contingency reserve to support capital refurbishments at the YMCA and maximize an NOHF safe funding agreement.
So if you support this, the motion gets divided into two. If you oppose this, the motion stays as a single motion with all this stuff included. So all in favor of this motion? All opposed? Yes.
Don't have Councillor Caputo's opposed.
Opposed.
Councillor Garrison. So the motion fails 6-4.
Okay, so we are on the original motion that was on the council agenda, which includes both the lease backstop and the 505,000 contribution. We can ask questions of the main council report. Council Dufour.
I was just wondering, so now that we're back to the main motion, do we need to amend it if we want to adopt your up to
Yes.
amount? Just as I'm understanding the conversation here, whether it was donors or if we were able to get funding from another level of government, as Councillor Bruni suggested, that would provide the flexibility to allow the city contribution to go down to make up for that influx elsewhere. And I think that's a great idea.
The motion is moved by Councillor Bruni, seconded by Councillor Zagordo. Do we have a friendly amendment to that? So you want to withdraw your name from moving it? So Dufour, can I put you as the mover? Councillor Zagordo, will you remain the seconder? Are you agreeable to that friendly amendment that you just
Yeah,
pitched?
up to, yeah.
Councillor Zagordo, are you? Okay. So we're on the main, which includes the words up to 505,000.
I guess, go ahead then.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions on the motion. I've spent a lot of time trying to look at this from a really broad lens in our community. In Sault Ste. Marie, we know that our aquatics at the John Road Center costs us $1.1 million of levy money every year just to maintain the swimming portion of that facility. So it well stands to reason that to replace the lost aquatics from the YMCA, we're looking at minimum, several $100,000 in operating costs every single year. What we have here today in front of us is a proposal to only put in one-time capital costs. I fully understand and appreciate the concern about putting one-time capital money into a building that is built in 1965. I have actually worked as a contractor in the YMCA, and I can tell you that the boilers do need to be replaced. The building has a lot of things that need to be done. But what I'm seeing here in this plan from staff is a plan to add in boilers that can then be repurposed at a later date if need be, that can really maximize the amount of time that we're buying with that capital funding. And I do believe that is what that capital funding is doing. It's buying these interim 3 to 5 years for these services, this daycare, the summer camps, the pool time, all of that to remain in the community where it is sorely needed, while the board and city staff work out a sustainability plan to take the YMCA into the next generation in Sault Ste. Marie. I think that not only is that a good plan, I do think it's a prudent use of taxpayer dollars. In order to backfill those services which people value and people need and people expect, we would be spending more money, and we would be spending operating dollars that are causing people's taxes to go up. These dollars that we're talking about, the one-time capital infusion, it does not affect the tax levy. We are not talking about raising the tax levy for last year to pay for this. We have money in the contingency reserve. It still does need to be respected as taxpayer dollars, but these are not going to count against the levy for 2025. And I do think that that is an important distinction, because anything else we would do to either build a new daycare or build a new pool, those are all going to have future year levy implications, as well as significant capital dollars needed. So when I look at this, Mr. Mayor, it's not just with a heart that wants to see the Y succeed, it's also with a lens of what is smart economics. And when we look at this through a multi-year lens, we look at the services the community expects, I do think that this is very smart economics, and that's why I'm happy to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you. I just have comments, Mr. Mayor. I think there's been lots of questions being asked. And I think it's really important for the community to understand what the Y represents and in terms of what we are doing as a community in promoting equity. The Y provides probably the only affordable day camp options, and they coordinate with CLA for our young people that may have different abilities. And there really is not anything like that in our community, and that's a really critical piece. The Y also provides subsidies, which I think is really important, so that folks that are low income earners can enjoy recreation. Their kids can go swimming. They can work out. Quality of life is really important here. Not even just that in terms of staff. 50% of the staff support the daycare. And that's 77 full-time spots. And I'm on the DSAB board as well. While the DSAB has been there saying that we can help, we are also pushed because we have hundreds and hundreds of folks on our wait list for daycare. And I think it's really important for the community to understand that if kids aren't in daycare, parents aren't at work. So the trickle down effect of us not supporting the Y is really, I think, at such a critical time in our community where we are seeing rising costs at the grocery store. We are seeing, social impacts and social disorder. We know what just happened over the weekend. And I think it's, our duty as council and as a city to support those community entities that are supporting the health and well-being and future success of our folks from age 0 to 99. So I wholeheartedly support this. I look forward to seeing the Y get healthy. And I've made recommendations with CA where, especially in terms of governance in the board and oversight. So I want the community to be aware that us at council are very much attuned, and that we will ensure that the Y succeeds and that it continues on. And I'm very grateful for the foundation that came forward to help with us. And again, I applaud all of you that are volunteering with the Y. And I know that this will pass, hopefully, and that the Y will continue and be supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, I believe, for CAO Bear, or perhaps Mr. Lemming, I'm not sure. If the city were to undertake today to build a new facility for example, a new pool, or, somewhere that would house daycare services roughly? Do we know? I know it's impossible to know a cost, but do you know a rough estimate of what that cost would be?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, in talking with Canada, Ontario, they built numerous facilities in the recent memory, and we're looking at about $30 million for a 40,000 square foot facility. About 30 million.
Would that be roughly the size of the John Roads or smaller?
It's about half of the current footprint of the Y right now.
Okay, but that's kind of built in levels, so I guess that square footage is spread out vertically. Would that square footage be comparable to somewhere like the John Roads for the pool?
Approximately.
The pool side, not, I guess not the hockey rink side.
The arenas, yes.
And sorry, 40 million?
30 million.
30 million. So 30 million to build a new facility that would house just the swimming and perhaps some daycare spaces if we needed it.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we do a needs analysis to see what's required, but the pool would definitely be needed.
Okay, so our other pool in the community is the John Roads. We don't have another pool service in our community. Can you tell me about the usage of the John Roads pool? Is it overused, underutilized?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, if anyone's in this room, they try to get their children swim lessons, it's very difficult. There's a wait list always. So that's the first question we're asked. Could we accommodate swim lessons? The shorter answer is no. We could think outside the box and provide them at Manzo and Greco pool. But at best case scenario, we're looking at 100 or 200 swim lessons, maybe of the 1,200 that are being provided. So we would not be able to accommodate the swim lessons that are being provided by the Y.
And if we were to start today on the construction of a new facility, do you know a rough timeline?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we're looking at 5 to 7 years.
Okay, so we'd have a 5 to 7 year gap in services in our community.
That is correct.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to I think probably CEO Ver. I recognize and realize you've the staff have done and yourself have done a lot of work on this. The city staff and yourself have done a lot of work, and there's a lot of unanswered questions because there's a lot of work to do in terms of agreements and MOUs and things like that. So I can appreciate that. If those are still under construction, feel free to let me know that. But if a deal like this were approved by council tonight, because I mean, we still do have to vote on this and there are still dissenting opinions in the room. Are there safeguards in place to protect the public investment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, certainly that's something we'll be working with in terms of as we negotiate a lease with the YMCA and we negotiate an MOU with them to set out the terms that would help to mitigate the risk for the city.
Okay. I think it's very important to impress upon the individuals, all of the individuals from the Y, not those present. I know you represent just a small subset of the entire organization. That right now is the time for them. I mean, 2 years ago was the time for them to take action, but right now, if we were to authorize this tonight, there's a lot of things that need to be done. And I think we need to impress upon them the real need to take action and find these other funding sources and find ways to bring money in because the taxpayers cannot bear this burden for the organization. It's an organization that must stand on its own. And I recognize, for lack of a better term, the city would be a co-signer, so to speak, as a backstop for this organization. But it's really important that we are not burdened with taking over this organization if this were to be approved going forward. And I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if you'll be able to quantify this. The daycare programs, or sorry, the daycare spots and the after-school programs that are in place there, and perhaps our friends from the Y may be able to help shed some light on this. What is the economic impact on individuals in our community if they were not able to access those spots or those programs? So I guess what I'm getting at is, if parents couldn't bring their children to that daycare provider or that after-school program, and recognizing that DSAB has a plan that can accommodate most of those individuals, not all, what would the economic impact be per family if they weren't able to access that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I don't know that we could give you an accurate number on the economic impact. I think the numbers that I see, there's 541 spots across all the YMCA locations. So, there'd be 541 families that would be left searching for daycare spots, which I know are already in high demand in the city.
Right. And do you have any information, and maybe you don't, on the after-school program? So those parents who may not be working your regular 9 to 5 or 8 to 4.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information. We would have to get back to you.
Okay. Presumably it would be an impact, at least on families' ability to work, or at least have, some of them would have to have a parent home. Thank you. So, and like some of my colleagues, I am struggling with this investment because it is an important investment. It's a large investment. It's a use of tax dollars. But when I think of what our duty is as counselors, I think a big part of our duty is to create environments that will allow families in our community to be successful and allow families to grow and allow our community to grow. And we need to make strategic investments in our community that will allow those things, allow conditions where families can flourish and our community can grow. Given Mr. Lamming's remarks on $40 million in 5 to 7 years to build a similar facility, I think we're stuck in a position here, in my opinion, where we have to take action. This is not our responsibility at all. I want to be clear. This is not the responsibility of the city of Sault Ste. Marie to take on this organization. However, this challenge has fallen to us today to make a decision that will have impacts on multiple families for multiple generations within our community. So when I'm making my decision here, and I will tell you, I'm still undecided. I'm still toiling with this myself. But where is the biggest impact? And what I'm coming to terms with now is that our role is to ensure that we create conditions where families can flourish and our community can grow. Does that mean a $500,000 investment versus a $40 million investment? It might actually mean that, but it means that with significant controls, significant oversight, and significant return, I think, to the taxpayers of Sault Ste. Marie. So I'm happy to hear all other comments, and I'm open to be convinced either way by anyone who has further comments.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ver, I just want to clarify about daycare. My ward mate, Councillor Spina, was talking about daycare. So if I heard you correctly, all the daycare spots that the YMCA currently have cannot be absorbed by the community? Is that my understanding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, correct. The McNabb location has 119 daycare spots. And then the YMCA in total has 541 across all their locations in the community. That's a significant number of spots, and there would not be capacity in the community to pick that up. We have a shortage of daycare spots as it is right now.
Okay, I think that's important to clarify. So the DSAB, even though they have different daycare centers, we can't absorb it. Does that include the private daycare centers, which is not operated by DSAB?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. I don't have all the statistics on the daycares or the private daycares. I just know that daycare spots are in high demand in the community, and there is not a facility that would be able to accommodate anywhere near that number of spots. Obviously, you have to be licensed and you have to have the staff to do that, which is a major undertaking.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. Couple other questions. Out of all the programs that the YMCA offers, especially the after-school programs, it is my belief, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ver, that the families do not have to have a membership to belong to an after-school program. Do they just pay a fee? Or do they actually have to have a membership to participate in an after-school program? Do we know that?
Would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay. Next question. Looking at all the programs that the YMCA offers to our families, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ver, I'll start with you. It's my understanding there are benefits, obviously, of the YMCA, especially with the youth, but going with the DSAB model and looking at our community, it seems to me there's a lot of duplicate family services out there that we offer already through DSAB, especially, for example, the new youth hub that just opened up on Dennis Street. Is that not a youth program that is similar to what the YMCA offers? Would that not be a duplicate where families can go to if the YMCA doesn't exist?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the youth hub is a hub. They do have programming for youth in the community, but I would say it is, when you look at the facility on Dennis Street, it does not have, the large gym, the pool, the different weight rooms, the health and fitness facilities that are contained in the YMCA. So it's quite a different facility. And I think offers different programming for youth in the community.
Okay. This is a significant question because tonight we're determining about putting a great deal of taxpayers' money into this. So through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ver, you touched briefly on the PUC, that we currently own the PUC, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, no, we don't own the PUC. We do provide a rebate every year for the taxes of the PUC.
Okay. And so the rebate goes to capital, or the rebate is rebate in taxes? Can you just clarify that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, it is a rebate in the taxes, which helps them with their operational costs.
Okay. And it's my understanding that they are requiring some maintenance as well in that aging building that may come back to us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I'm sure the facility does require maintenance. I haven't heard anything about it coming back to us at this point in time, so I couldn't comment on that.
Okay. Final question, and then I just have a comment. The other programs that the YMCA offers is the cardiac rehab, which is quite important to our community. However, I understand that the cardiac rehab, we have other facilities, other partners in the community that offer this same program. Is that your understanding, Mr. Ver? Do you know that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I'm not aware. I don't know that.
Okay, Sioux College offers that. So there's another duplicate. In closing, my comments is this. The YMCA has played a large role in all of our lives, including myself, from taking swimming lessons to when I was 16, I took a babysitting course. It definitely has proven to many of us that it basically gives us life skills. I am a great believer that family is important. I'm a great believer that we need to have other facilities for children, adults, seniors to run to basically stay mentally fit, physically fit, and so forth. However, I am a great believer that we have to be conscious of how we spend our money. I am a great believer that we have to be conscious on how we spend taxpayers' money. We have in November looked at the city budget. We have talked about how the costs are rising. Asphalt's rising. Our own building maintenance is rising. We have inflation that we're still dealing with. I feel that some of the services that the YMCA offers are duplicates, where DSAB has done a great job in offering children and youth programs and daycare. Having said that, I am disappointed that the First Amendment was not accepted. I am confident if the First Amendment was accepted, that a community partner would have stood up and probably donated the $500,000 to help with the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund. Therefore, I'm going to again say that I will not be supporting this. If it was just the lease backstopping, I would. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions scribbled down here, but quick comment. I'm glad it was mentioned about signing your kids up for swimming. My wife and I refer to that as the Hunger Games. It is a disaster every year, and you have to scramble and you have to be right there at 8. Otherwise you're not getting in. And then you get to brag to the other parents when you do. It's a fight. But it would be a lot if that were exponentially more difficult. So I appreciate somebody bringing that up. So there was mention of the 4 boilers and the roof leaks, and I don't know who to direct this to yet. It may be to Mr. Bear or Mr. Lamming. Are there any other obvious repairs beyond those? Do we know the condition of the pool? Would the pool be fine for the next 10 years?
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, the critical items that were identified were the boilers and the immediate roof repairs, the critical items.
Okay, but so the pool, it's safe to assume, should be fine for the duration of the 10 years. We're not going to get hit with some sort of a surprise and the pool's out of commission.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, nothing can be guaranteed as an aged building, so we would address it as we do with our own capital submissions every year. If something came up, we would submit it unless it was an emergency repair.
And then, so I know that this was already sort of discussed, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to either Mr. Bear or Mr. Lamming, did we have any sort of rather than an economic impact, as Councillor Spino was mentioning, even just an idea about how much it would cost the city if the Y weren't operational? And I'm talking about, like, obviously the daycare spots we discussed, we're unable to absorb all of those. But just everything overall, like how much more staff would we need to have at, you know, the John Roads, or would we have to look at increasing our daycare footprint to meet demands, things of that nature? And not only that, but the time it would take to plan all of that work. Do we have any rough estimates on costs? I know we didn't have a lot of time to come up with this, so I'm not expecting much, but.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, we haven't costed that out. I think essentially our pool operations are capacity now. So there's nothing we could do to ramp that up because we're at capacity. We don't currently operate daycare facilities, so the city is not in that game right now, and we'd be looking at others to pick that up. The spots that are at the YMCA location on McNabb, the 119, would be difficult to place in the near term in any facility in the community, as far as my knowledge of those operations. And then the programming that the YMCA offers, we don't provide that programming now as a city. So it's not the business that we're in. And so that would be something we would have to start from scratch and have facilities in order to offer those programs.
So basically, if the Y were not to continue, we don't even have an idea, and I wouldn't expect it, but the impact on the entire community would be quite substantial as far as costs go. It's probably fair to say would be more than 505,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, that's correct.
Great. My next question, considering we would have the lease for 10 years, what would happen if, say, year 3, something goes awry, there's another pandemic or something, knock on wood, and the YMCA has to close? Could we use that building? Like, do we have a backup plan for that? Like, let's say, if Public Works or someone has some purpose for it, or I'm just pulling them out because I know I'm probably getting looked at. Would we have an idea of what we could do with the building for the remaining 7?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, that would be something we would have to look at. I think we haven't modeled that out. I see Larry's volunteering to take over the building. No,
I heard he teaches swimming lessons.
Yeah, it's something that, we haven't modeled out. Certainly, there may be other opportunities and organizations to use that space in the community and to rent it out, but it's really not something we've looked at in any detail.
Yeah, I understand. Our time has been limited with this, so I imagine we've only looked at the best case or, realistic case scenarios, not the failing ones. So I believe those are all my questions. I appreciate the answers. Like Councillor Spina had said, this is a difficult one because of the idea of, taxpayer money for a charity that, had hit some hardships. But at the same time, if you came to any councillor on an election year and said, how would you like to spend $500,000 and guarantee that these services are available for 10 years, I think we'd all tell you and make that promise at the door. So that being said, I think I've made my decision to support it because of, the cost benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions for the YMCA board. Through you to the board, can one of you let us know how this happened and what precautions, like, and when I say this, I mean the sudden closure of the YMCA. And what precautions are being taken to ensure that this potential city investment and potential community investment are being put to good use.
Thank you. We're not an anomaly in terms of organizations and charities. Everyone, I think, has felt inflation, operational costs, and of course, we are in an old building. In terms of our timing of the announcement, we uphold our values of confidentiality as well as our mandate for human resources. So we had to operate within those foundations while also ensuring that we maintained memberships and program enrollment as we look to sustain the Y.
And moving forward, I believe the partnerships that are currently presented offer a sustainable future so the Y can continue offering program and services for its citizens.
So the interesting part to me when you say these things is that when everything happened and all of this sort of hit the fan, the responsibility from your CEO, sorry, came back to City Council. Your CEO is quoted in Sioux Today to say, any questions regarding the closure of the YMCA should be sent to City Council. Can you clarify on that?
Yeah, we are working really closely with City Council and City staff as we work forward for our future. And we want to make sure that we're consistent in both of our messaging as we partner together during this time.
So what answers as a counselor did your board and CEO think that I could give the community? And what information did you give us about this, about the closure, before saying that questions should be directed to us?
So are you referring to the initial announcement of the closure?
The initial announcement, and then the meeting that was had in your gym where your CEO said that any questions could not be answered by himself or by your board, but that City Council should be asked these questions. And as a city councilor, I just want to preface that was difficult because I got no communication from your board or from your CEO. So there was no answer that I could give any constituent or any member of the YMCA. So I'm just, I'm a little confused on how that came to be, that statement.
I apologize for that. I was not there during that time for that meeting. We have tried to be as transparent as we can at this time. So if there was direction to move to council for questions, I wasn't there and I cannot comment on it.
Yeah, I was present and I don't recall any of those comments. If they did happen, I may have missed that, but I don't recall our CEO ever saying you could talk to the city for there may have been a question specific to something related to the city, and then he answered in that way. But in no way do I remember our CEO saying our closure and asking the citizens to contact the city for answers. I don't remember that.
Okay. I just think it's really important for anyone who has been paying attention to this situation to understand that the city of Sault Ste. Marie has acted as a partner to the YMCA and always in good faith, for as far as I can see. And it is my opinion, based on what I've seen in local media, that the same cannot always be said on the other side of this partnership, which disappoints me because as an individual with their own business, I'm not certain that I would partner with someone who had made claims like this. But I do think that as a counselor, it is my duty to ensure that I'm doing what's best for the community. And regardless of how I feel this operation has been managed in the past, I think that the loss to community would be massive. I think that the city has such strong staff that we can make a difference for a future YMCA. And I think we have a very strong council that'll push this forward. I do feel that there needs to be restructuring within the YMCA to make this work. I will support this, but on my end, the restructuring has to be very strong and very swift, because as I sit here still, I have not heard responsibility be taken by the YMCA, whether that be operational staff or board, as to how this has happened. I've heard no responsibility be taken. So that part scares me. And you've said transparency, but I haven't seen any. So I do have one further question, and it's for Mr. Lamming. Mr. Lamming, you had commented, I think it was to Councillor Spina's question, that it would be 5 to 7 years for new construction of a YMCA. Can you explain why it would be that long? Is it because we would have to start saving up capital, or is that construction time?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, there's a number of factors that would come into play. You'd first of all need to do a needs analysis for the community. Then you'd also have to go through your normal phases of bringing it to have approval. You'd have to look at different sources of funding for the project. Then you'd bring it to an RFP for professional services. From there, then you select a proponent for a build for the contractor. So all that has to take time. So to do that needs assessment is really critical to see what would be required for the city moving forward. So it does take a number of years. We just built the twin pad. It started here in about 2019, but there was a study done before that. We opened up in March of 2023. So that's a pretty significant build of a 90,000 square foot facility. So that's a good yardstick to use for this type of project.
Okay, thank you so much. Just one final comment. I think there have been some comments about services being doubled in the community, and that you know, the YMCA maybe doesn't have as much of an impact. But I've never once heard our community be referred to as a place that has too much to do or too many services offered. I am always running into parents who are having a hard time getting into swimming, having a hard time getting their kids into gymnastics. Older folks who base their day around going to the YMCA, things like this. I think it's a unique service, and I think it houses so many things that the loss of it would be too great for the community. So I am going to support it, but I am going to be watching it like a hawk and asking for the most stringent restructuring that we can find. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Zagordo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment and a question. What I'm struggling with, and I think we're struggling with, is not whether to support the Y. I think everybody is in agreement that we need to support the YMCA. It's an important part of the community. There's no questions asked about that. The question is how, and how to go forward with this. So my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bear, could the 505,000 be in the form of a loan towards the YMCA?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo, I think anything is possible. I think knowing the financial position that the YMCA is in and the need for these repairs, and then also trying to set up the organization for success and sustainability in the long term, and being able to cover future capital repairs on their own. You know, I think it would be a stretch, I would suggest, and you know, maybe you wouldn't want to saddle the organization for failure if it wasn't able to do that. I think the resolution that was modified and put forward to council up to 505,000 does provide some wiggle room where we can look with the YMCA for other donations or other funding programs that may be able to assist with that. But I think to add a loan on top of their current obligations and current financial situation in the near term would likely be difficult for the organization.
Further to that, could the repairs on the building happen with the 505,000 only? Is $500,000 enough? Meet the repair needs in the building?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Segordo, we don't believe so. You know, we have some initial quotes on just the boilers alone. You know, could be up to $1 million. The roof would be on top of that, but those are things that we want to explore and see if there's some creative solutions to try and bring that cost down. But I would suggest that, you know, in all likelihood, the full $1 million is going to be required for capital repairs.
And just finally, if the 500,000 were to be in the form of a loan, would that affect NOHFC contributions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo, from an NOHFC perspective, I don't believe so. We would have to, you know, get that final confirmation from them. At the end of the day, they're looking for the matching funds being spent on the projects.
So there is a potential for YMCA receiving $1 million, 500,000 from the city in the form of a loan. So they would still get their $1 million for any repairs that could occur in the building. That's still possible if it wasn't formed, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo, I believe that would be possible. We would have to confirm that with the funders, but that could be something that is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. Any other, Councillor Bruni? Comments? Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my resolution didn't pass. The 505,000 still bothers me that we have to put that money out. I'm asking Mr. Ver or the board members, have you contacted any corporate sponsors, community sponsors yet? Is there a plan for that to raise any money for the Y to continue its operations and maybe do the repair works?
Yeah, we are working closely with Y Ontario, Y Canada, and city staff to be able to begin a membership and capital funding opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Since we've entered this crisis and we've been in this situation, a number of people have come forward. Nothing has been concrete yet, but the community has stepped up in a big way, and it's been surprising the support we've seen from our community in that sense.
So there's a possibility that amount of money can be raised in a very quick.
Based off the information that we've received from Y Ontario, Y Canada, they have never seen a community come to the rescue of a YMCA as they have in Sault Ste. Marie. So a lot of the YMCAs right across Canada have been facing financial hardship, and they've never seen a reaction like this. So our community has stepped up in a big way.
It has, but no sponsorship money yet. Been staring at Rob Brewer all night. I don't know why. Sorry. Yeah. I have a hard time giving the 505,000. There's no sense me prolonging let's put it vote and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Any other councillors, comments or questions? So, number of folks have touched upon the comments I want to make. But I also hinted at it when I spoke on the amending motion. Work for 505,000, which is the best case scenario, 1.5 million over the course of 10 years, potentially in a much worse case scenario, although that would involve the Y, that would require the Y not to make any of their lease payments, which seems highly improbable. I I think we're getting off, frankly, fairly cheap for the continuation of services until we can find out, or find, sorry, a better plan to move forward. The Y building, as I noted, built in 1965. We're at 59 years. It needs to be replaced. The Y's been looking to have it replaced since at least 2009. They just don't have the money to do so. They need more members, and we've got a requirement, if you can call it that, in this report, that for this plan to succeed, we need the community to buy memberships. There's groups here that have organized rallies, and will hopefully be able to rally their membership and their base to buy those memberships that are needed. But the plan, if we don't make this investment, is a lot more difficult. And frankly, I think will cost us a lot more than 505,000. It may not cost us 505,000 all at once, but over the course of those 5 to 7 years, until we can add on to the John Roads at a cost of 10+ million, I'm sure, or find additional daycare spaces. There's 120 spaces on site at this daycare that, if the building closed, would have to be dispersed throughout the community. And probably that wouldn't happen overnight. The offsite daycares, I suspect you might be able to find an operator that would take over those operations with kind of a status quo. But 120 spaces is a lot of spaces in the community to have to try and flick the switch and put elsewhere in the community. So that is a big one. Would certainly, I think, cost between DSAB and city staff time and lease agreements and everything that would have to go into getting that up and running. I think that would certainly cost a lot more than 505,000 over the lifespan of it, as opposed to putting in a one-time capital investment of 500,000 here. Also, we talk about community partnerships and how good they are and how much we have to, work harder to develop community partnerships instead of the municipality taking everything on its own. And what we've got presented to us tonight is a community partnership, and we're all squawking at it. Not all of us. We've got a private funder in the form of the foundation that's proposing to purchase the building. We've got the YMCA that's going to propose to continue operating it. We've got the city as the backstop, and we've got a requirement from the community to contribute to the operations by buying memberships. And there's going to be either a capital or a capital drive or a request for solicitation of donations from the business community to help sustain the operations, to help make the bottom line better, or to help with the building's expenses. So it's got all the ingredients of something that we always talk about. Councillor Scott said it. I mean, if you had, take the names and the personalities out of it, if you presented this to council as, would this be a good idea? Of course it'd be a good idea. That's why other municipalities do it this way. And it is less costly than the alternative. If we don't approve this, the Y closes. That's the option really that's before us. And it's not the perfect scenario. I would have much preferred that somebody came and bought the Y's building out and allowed them to lease it back directly, and they didn't involve us at all. That's not where we're at. That's not the proposal that was put on the table. We're at a spot that I think we can get involved with some risk, but manageable risk over the course of the time frame that it'll take to develop a better plan for a better facility. One other aspect, and I don't mean to direct this to the folks who are here, because I think they are here taking bullets on behalf of the board and the organization when it's not them specifically that this needs to be directed to, but the public rollout of this, the transparency of this leaves a lot to be desired. And so it is, frankly, I am eager to see the municipality oversee the balance sheet. I am eager to see the city require governance training or oversight of the management. I think all that needs to happen for any of us to be comfortable with this, because that's what leaves me with the most difficulty in this situation is I'm not going to try and litigate how we got here, but it obviously didn't happen overnight. It happened over the course of probably a fairly long time, and we don't want it to happen again. I think you heard all of council say that. So for our staff to have the oversight and to report back to us at regular intervals, I think is something that would give council a lot of comfort to know that this won't happen again. And that's something that I think in the agreement between the city and the Y, whether it's the lease or a memorandum of understanding on governance, we need to be sure that the circumstances that led to this won't be repeated. And so I've got full confidence in our staff to be able to have that oversight and to bring stuff to us early so that it can be corrected early if there is the need to do so. Hopefully not. Hopefully that the past of what happened is in the past and that the organization can move forward with stronger board oversight, stronger management, and a stronger balance sheet. So I will support this request and hope that all of council will as well. The vote is open on the e-scribe. All in favor? Carries. Any opposed? That carries. My count was 7-3.
So what is this? Yeah. So Caputo in favor? So that's carries 7-3.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bring us to agenda item 6.3, PUC.
Welcome to council.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, there are 2 matters before us, one of which I'm in conflict on.
It's one presentation. To do the presentation, we'll go into the shareholders meeting with the acting mayor as proxy for one, you for the other.
Thank you.
I think we have, I think we did say it. So the final slide is the one potential. If you want.
So if you wanted to go through that final slide when we get into the second matter, that would alleviate having to bounce around between the chair and not being in the chair.
Sounds good. Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I was going to say this afternoon in my notes, but I think it's more like tonight now. To provide both some updates on some things that are going on at PUC and in our industry, and also to seek approval for some of the upcoming activities. So as I come to speak with you today, we stand on the cusp of a transformative era for the utility industry. An industry that is crucial to our community's growth and our well-being. I want to start by painting the picture of the energy environment in Ontario. Because of the energy transition that's underway, the energy sector in Ontario will see more change in the next 5 years than we have in the previous 50. Driven by the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and create more sustainable energy infrastructure, there's a significant opportunity for innovation and for growth in our industry and the community of Sault Ste. Marie. The Pathways to Decarbonization report, which was a report by the IESO, was published late last year, and it estimates that by 2050, so in just over 25 years, Ontario will require more than double the energy capacity that it requires today. And as you can see on the slide, we currently require about 42,000 megawatts, and by 2050, it's expected to be 88,000. So not only will the province require significantly more energy capacity, but it will also require a totally different makeup of that energy.
to meet the goals of both the provincial and federal governments. And so today, a portion of our generation in Ontario comes from natural gas, some nuclear, some hydro, some wind, and some solar. But by 2050, the plan shows zero generation using natural gas, and rather an increase in nuclear and hydro and wind and solar, but also hydrogen, a completely new source, and a mix of others. And you can see from these slides that there's significant opportunities in the sector. So electricity distributors like PUC are proving to be key participants in Ontario's energy transition. And because of this, LDCs have a critical role in helping our communities not only to adapt to the energy transition, to lead, be successful, and to thrive. So the energy transition should be seen as an opportunity for communities not only to reduce their environmental impact, but also to stimulate growth, to help foster innovation, and to create a better quality of life for our residents. And so when we look at the switch away from natural gas to electrification, PUC is very active and strategic on many fronts. We're supporting industrial electrification. We're supporting the electrification of transportation. We're building infrastructure to help facilitate the supporting of electrification of home heating and cooling. We're supporting energy storage solutions. We're supporting grid modernization, as we saw from our Sioux Smart Grid project. And we're supporting the promotion of energy efficiency programs. So today we're going to just quickly focus on three of those areas: grid modernization, the electrification of transportation, and supporting industrial electrification. So let's start with grid mod. Last fall, as everyone is aware, PUC launched Canada's first community-wide smart grid system. So aging infrastructure, an evolving sector, and increased demands for electric vehicles, for solar installations, and from batteries would required a solution that would address not just the needs of today, that would provide reliability for the future. And the benefits of the smart grid focused on three main components. There's reliability improvements. We are going to see outages, and I think we can recall the raccoon incident not too long ago. But we also have heavy storms. We have other wildlife interference. There are other issues that are outside of our control that do cause outages. But what we're seeing is exactly what the smart grid was designed to do. We're reducing the impact of those outages on customers. And so there's a couple of recent examples that are up on the screen. We had on April the 2nd, there was about 1,100 customers that had a couple second outage instead of a couple hour. On April 23rd, there was about 400 customers who experienced a very short outage instead of a 1 or 2 hour outage as well. And so we're seeing outages that impact fewer people, and they're being resolved much quicker, which was really one of the points of smart grid. So secondly, the smart grid is achieving the energy savings as intended. So if you recall, when I was here before, we indicated we thought we would see 2.7% savings in energy across the board. We're actually seeing more than that. So we're seeing closer to 3.3. And so that means that there's more savings on people's bills. There's less carbon being used to produce energy out of natural gas station or natural gas generating stations. And so there's a very, very significant impact both within the community and the broader province. Now, thirdly, there's a new outage management system, or OMS, was part of Smart Grid as well. And it's providing immediate, accurate updates regarding outages that are right on our My PUC app or on our website. And our team at PUC continues to optimize that system. So as we go, we'll continue to make little tweaks, resulting in an even better result for the community. So I thought I'd share a few results with you. And so what you see on the screen here is what we're seeing out of our dynamic voltage regulator system, or DVR. And so DVR really optimizes the voltage to the lower end of the band. So what you're seeing here is the norm. And so this is without DVR in place. And if we flip to the next screen, you can see there that from about 1130 to 1440, when we did the test, you can see how we're optimizing down to the lower edge of the band. So completely safe. Actually, it's optimal in terms of most of the appliances that we have in our house. So it's even better at that lower end, but it's resulting in that 3.3% savings. Now let's take a look at the second area of focus, which is the electrification of transportation. So this is a big thing for PUC. I think we've taken a really big leadership position with this. So there's two components that we have on our vehicle strategy. The one is the shift of EVs in our own fleet. And the second is helping to support community members to also make that transition. And that whether that be by making it more affordable, by providing information, or helping larger organizations and businesses establish the infrastructure that they need to transition their own fleets. And so to date, PUC now has 24 electric vehicles in our light duty fleet. So we're close to about 25% of the entire fleet. And those include pickup trucks like Ford Lightnings, some mid-range SUVs for engineering techs. As an example, we've been using ID4s, and we've been using a host of other types of electric vehicles as well. We've made sure that every department in PUC has at least one in their fleet so that staff from PUC, when they go home, can talk to their friends and families about how easy it is to drive an electric vehicle. And I can tell you the feedback has been extremely positive from employees. And as you'll see from the picture, we've made them pretty hard to miss. We put a ton of decals on them to try to promote it. And so to support that transition, we've also installed the necessary infrastructure. And so we've included 24 EV chargers at 3 of our PUC locations, both indoors and outdoors. And we did that with the support of Enercan, and actually coughed up about 50% of the funding for that, which is very appreciated. So in addition to transitioning internally, we've also rolled out a home charger program to help people in the Sioux in the area make the switch to EVs that is a bit easier on their pocketbook. And I know I've highlighted this in the past at council, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But if anybody is interested in having a home charger, they can reach out to PUC directly, or they can go onto our website, pucchargerprogram.com. So what I do want to highlight today, though, are the benefits of charging at home. And so in order to really paint the picture, we've put together some numbers on the average costs. So when you charge at home, you generally charge between 7 at night and 7 in the morning, and you're at the lower end of the rates. It's about 8.7% less the OER, which is 19.3%. The net result is you charge at about 7 cents a kilowatt hour. So if you have a 100 kilowatt hour battery, which is what a large Tesla has, or those sorts of things, it costs you about $7 to fill it. Now, if you go out and charge at a commercial charger, it's between 25 and 50 cents, 25 being the low end. And so it's about $25 to $50. So it's quite a lot cheaper to charge at home. So helping community members come up with, instead of having to spend $2,000 or $3,000 on chargers and helping through a rental program, is really making them help make that gap. And so we're certainly looking at how we manage that transition moving forward. And we really think it's our job to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to support it. So the final area I want to highlight this afternoon or this evening is how PUC is supporting industrial electrification and how we're using partnerships to do so. So Sault Ste. Marie's energy requirements are expected to increase substantially for a couple reasons. And as a community, we really need to be prepared. So of significance is the transition that Algoma Steel is undergoing that electrifies their operations. So I think we're all aware of that transformation, that Algoma's begun construction on 2 new electric arc furnaces to replace the blast furnace and basic oxygen steelmaking operations that they currently have. And so one challenge that we're seeing a number of partners involved in is how do we get power to those furnaces? So when we look at the scope of this, it's a 300 megawatt connection. The entire city of Sault Ste. Marie, 75,000 people, we peak at about 120 megawatts. So it's 2.5 times the entire city load that's required just to hook up 2 electric arc furnaces. And there's a lot of other industrial electrification in behind that. And so we'll be building a 230 kV line that goes from third line sub, which is in the north end, over down to Algoma Steel's land via east-west over to Allen Side Road. And you can see it on the map here. So it goes east-west from the third line sub over to Allen Side Road, and then goes down through some of the conservation areas to get down to Algoma Steel. And so certainly, it's a really courageous investment that Algoma Steel's making. I mean, almost, I guess about $800 million. But to reduce their carbon footprint by 70%, or to take almost 1 million cars off the road, is transformative for our community. So in terms of a quick update on the project, we've submitted leave to construct a number of months ago. The leave to construct is now in the final approval stages with the Ontario Energy Board. We expect to have approval in either July or August. The right-of-way clearing has been completed on some of the right-of-way, in particular, the right-of-way that goes east-west out of Third Line. We've done some significant community and Indigenous engagement, but both of those are ongoing. We expect construction to start in early 2025. And we've really been a proud partner on this project as it brings just some really fantastic benefits back to the community. So in addition to assisting Algoma Steel with their green steel transition, it also presents an opportunity for PUC to leverage the shared services model that we have to result in some increased efficiencies to both PUC distribution, PUC commission. And partnerships are always key in these sort of undertakings. So part of why we're here today is to seek approval from council through a shareholder declaration described in the resolution before you for the investment that Axium Infrastructure is making into PUC transmission. I want to provide just a short background on Axium. Axium is a trusted Canadian infrastructure investment firm. They have a head office in Montreal and they have an office in Toronto. They approach infrastructure investments as a long-term owner, the same way we do. We buy, we build, and we hold. It's the same philosophy that they have, so it's a great partner. And so as long-term investments, they believe in sustainable development and responsible investment are essential to creating long-term value. And it's these kind of approaches that are really important for these kind of projects. And that's why PUC has chosen Axium to partner with on it. So that takes me to the end of part one, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brewer. Madam Clerk.
I have a motion by councillors Bruni and Zagordo. Resolved that City Council is now authorized to meet in open session as the sole shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc. And further be it resolved that City Council appoints Mayor Matthew Shoemaker as council's proxy to vote on the Axium Infrastructure Investment Partnership Resolution of the shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc. And Councillor Lisa Vezo-Allen as acting mayor, council's proxy to vote on the joint venture resolution of the shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc. Just open that up.
Council will vote on that and then we can ask questions if there are any of Mr. Brewer on the first part of his presentation. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Share resolution for Axium. Sure. It's the shareholders resolution for Axium Infrastructure Investment Partnership, whereas PUC Inc. is a wholly owned municipal corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, and whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie, as the shareholder of PUC Inc., has established a shareholder declaration that requires PUC Inc. to seek and receive shareholder approval with respect to the borrowing of any money, the issuance of any debt, the giving of any security, or the making or incurring of any single capital expenditure or acquisition in excess of $5 million, or any capital expenditures which in aggregate are in excess of $10 million in any financial year of PUC Inc. and the subsidiary corporations on a consolidated basis. And whereas the electrical industry in Ontario is undergoing significant transition, and whereas Algoma Steel Inc. is currently constructing an electric arc furnace that will require a new transmission connection, and whereas the shareholder previously approved the creation of PUC Transmission LP Inc. and PUC Transmission GP Inc. PUC Transmission. And whereas PUC Transmission has previously proposed the formation of a partnership with Axium Infrastructure to enable the development and construction of a 230 kV transmission line and transmission station to service the west end of Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma Steel's electric arc furnace project. Now therefore be it resolved that the shareholder of PUC Inc. hereby authorize and empower PUC Inc. to approve its subsidiary PUC Transmission to negotiate, finalize, execute, and deliver any and all agreements, documents, certificates, or instruments necessary or appropriate to establish and operate the partnership, including but not limited to the partnership agreement, operating agreements, and any ancillary agreements or documents, and authorize PUC Inc. to invest in PUC Transmission its 20% contribution of the equity totaling $16 million at project close, which is expected to occur in mid to late 2027.
Council, any questions on the presentation from Mr. Brewer? Councilor Gardy?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Brewer. Mr. Brewer, in terms of the home chargers that PUC has installed. Do you have like a rough estimate of how many you guys may have so far?
I think we have between 15 and 20% of the market. Market is probably
Gotcha.
electric vehicles at present. So
Do the math.
gives you an idea.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. And in terms of just, if you could, you referenced the community and indigenous consultation in terms of the work you're doing in the West End. Can you give us a sense of, just the community, a sense of how that's been facilitated and a bit of an update as to how that's going, if you're able to?
Sure. Yeah. So we've done open houses. We've done direct consultation with people that are in proximity to where the line is planned to go. We've done presentations at Batchewana Council. We've done an open house at Batchewana for all their community members to attend. We've had discussions with Chief Bell at Carton River. So we've been as transparent as we can. We've got a separate website with just the information about this. Goes through a full EA in terms of the process for it, which requires some consultation locally as well. And so I can tell you that you know, there's strong support for what's going on here. I mean, I think everybody sees it as a really solid step for the community and so what's going on at Algoma. And of course, in order to facilitate that, we got to get them the power. Try to pick a route that has, I think we've got less than 10 individual customers that actually it's from able to stick to our right of way, some other commercial right of ways and the conservation. So we've really done everything. And I think the response we've gotten is appreciation.
Other questions? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I just want to say you're always proactive in your thinking, PUC, with the smart grid. I think the smart grid has shown benefits so far, and I know it's going to show many more benefits. As you clearly said in your presentation, the thirst for electricity will continue to increase. It's wonderful that people are using electrical cars, and we're going to see more of that, which is wonderful. And I don't know if you can comment on this or not. Ontario Hydro is a partner and feeding electricity into the PUC and also Algoma Power. With the increase in demand electricity, can you comment if there's any new projects in Northern Ontario that will be supplying future electricity? I know that Brookfield and other companies have various projects, but are there any new projects that are going to enhance the amount of electricity that will eventually be fed into the Wawa Porcupine transmission line, the third line and so forth?
So the ISO recently did the LT1 procurement. There were no projects in Northern Ontario because of the transmission constraints that exist in Northern Ontario. And so what they have announced is that they've prioritized and designated the line between Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury as a priority project. So Hydro One hopefully will have that constructed within about five or 6 years. That will then give us access to the energy we would require from a base load perspective because it's Southern Ontario and through that. So that's energy problems that we would have locally. We're also working with ISO on the LT2. It's the next level of procurement where it's based on energy and capacity, and we expect that Northern Ontario will be eligible for those. So we're actively trying to get more generation into the West End. So the fact that you know, we're on right now, we don't have enough in terms of what we'll see in the next few years. So solve that as well. With respect to the Wawa to Porcupine line, that's a transmission line that's been proposed and I for government. So I think right it's going to build that one. So it's a few years from Sault Ste. Marie to Sudbury. But it's an important piece because it helps supply north from Wawa. Right now, north from Wawa comes through Sudbury to Cliff, Warrencliffe north instead of coming into the Soo. So we need that to come into the Sioux, so an alternate line is us in terms of some resiliency.
Excellent. I was hoping you would say that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Kinnick.
Quick comments. I wanted to say with your home charger program, I am one of the people in Sault Ste. Marie that has it installed from the Sault Ste. or from the PUC, and I am renting the charger from you guys.
We appreciate your business. Thank you.
Other councillors with questions or comments? Mr. Brewer, the concept of what's being asked to be approved tonight has been discussed for a number of years, if I can say, in the community. This is the implementation of what has been discussed over the years. Am I right?
That's correct.
And so is that to should that be taken as we're making good progress on this and we're almost at a point where we expect this line will be built?
Yeah, this line will be built. It's, I mean, the electric arc furnaces are going to be. So I think there's a priority for everybody to make sure maximize the use of power from the grid rather than from this powered station or thing. So there's huge support for this project. I think one of the things that's mentioning is that for LDCs, so distribution companies like PUC, there's 58. There's only 6 transmission licenses. So for a small to mid-size LDC to be able to transmission license, to be able to together the scope and size is really, so kudos to the team at PUC and the support of the city to get this here, but it's a big step.
Yeah, thank you. The question probably more properly should have been, when do you expect the line to be built?
So we expect construction to start in 25. We expect completion in 7. Some of that subject to delivery times. I think 27.
There has been over the last couple of years some concern that it may be 2029 before we have access to power. Is that because the Sudbury to Sault Ste. Marie upgrades will not be completed till 2029?
I think 2029 is, I should see it's not where that's at. It's just building a transmission line normally takes 10 years. So to try to get it done in 6 is a big step. It's not from a lack of effort. So it's just there's a lot.
And so the pinch point, so to speak, will not be the UC transmission line from third line down to baseline.
Right. There is those emergency to get it done, and then it does allow Algoma Steel to operate both the EAFs. So we can get the 230. Right now they're constrained with the line that's almost at capacity already. So there's not enough power on that. Doing everything as fast as.
So because there is some surplus level of electricity coming into the community, just not going into Algoma Steel current, I suppose is what you're saying.
It's not able to get anywhere in the city right now because of the constraints.
Thank you. Council, just ask for a show of hands on vote on this. Supportive? Any opposed? Okay, then clerk, I support that. Good. That I will. It's the chair.
Thanks, Rob. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. So this will be quick. But as I was mentioning, partnerships really are essential for us navigating and acting on the opportunities that lay in front of us. So at PUC, we're really trying to have that positive impact in the communities that we serve. As they stated at the beginning of the presentation, there are several mutually beneficial initiatives that are coming down the pipeline with respect to that energy transition, and good partnerships allow small to mid-size LDCs like PUC to take advantage of opportunities related to generation, to transmission, and to energy and water services. And we've seen that with the creation 17 trees, which was a partnership that we have with Sudbury and North Bay. It's done everything that we had asked it to do. We've also seen it with respect to Ecobillity, which is a partnership between Sudbury and North Bay and Newmarket and Northern Ontario Wires. And it's had fantastic success with respect to conservation management. And so we're looking to do another. We have another partnership, a joint venture that we'd like to set up with 3 other utilities. It's Sudbury, it's North Bay, and it's Newmarket. So 3 that we've dealt with before. So we're asking for council to approve a resolution that would allow us to establish that joint venture for the purpose of pursuing some of these opportunities. So that wraps up the presentation I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brewer concerning the joint venture?
The shareholders resolution is whereas PUC Inc. is a wholly owned municipal corporation of the city of Sault Ste. Marie, and whereas the city of Sault Ste. Marie as the shareholder of PUC Inc. has established a shareholder declaration that requires PUC Inc. to seek and receive shareholder approval with respect to the borrowing of any money, the issuance of any debt, the giving of any security, or the making or incurring of any single capital expenditure or acquisition in excess of $5 million, or any capital expenditures which in aggregate are in excess of $10 million in any financial year of PUC Inc. and the subsidiary corporations on a consolidated basis. And whereas the electric industry in Ontario is undergoing significant transition, and whereas PUC Inc. has successfully partnered with other utilities for the delivery of a number of utility-related services, including conservation demand management and utility vegetation control, and whereas PUC Inc. is proposing the establishment of a joint venture with 3 other utilities, Greater Sudbury Utilities, North Bay Hydro, and NT Power, for the purpose of pursuing initiatives that will benefit both the utilities and the broader communities they serve. Therefore, be it resolved that the shareholder of PUC Inc. hereby authorize and empower PUC Inc. to negotiate, finalize, execute, and deliver any and all agreements, documents, certificates, or instruments necessary or appropriate to establish and operate the joint venture, including but not limited to the joint venture agreement, operating agreements, and any ancillary agreements or documents, and authorizes PUC Inc. to take any and all actions necessary or appropriate to set up the establishment of the joint venture, included but not limited to the appointment of officers, directors, or other personnel to manage the joint venture on behalf of the company.
Does questions for Mr. Brewer? I just have one, Mr. Brewer. In terms of the directors with the 4 organizations, how is that going to be made up?
The intent is to have 2 directors from each organization.
Okay.
Those directors will be operational in nature because of the nature of and the thought is operational piece for those efficiencies that we need. So that's how we would start them.
Okay. Congratulate you on the ingenuity and the business acumen at our utilities, and it's only going to benefit us as a community. So thank you. I also want to recognize Isla Watson. She's here from your board of directors, and I'm sorry it's not afternoon anymore. Apologies. I just need a show of hands for support. Thank you.
That will bring us to agenda item 6.4, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And I understand that Leandra Coryell-Ferguson, associate with Think Design, and Mary Catherine Mihak, principal partner with Mihak Kelly and Associates, Inc., are attending electronically.
Thank you for joining us. Madison, you're going to bring up the presentation? Apologies for the lateness. We appreciate you still attending.
No problem. That's how it goes sometimes, right?
Exactly.
Should we just take it away then?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you all for joining us tonight. My name is Leandra Coriali Ferguson, and I'm an associate at Think Design, and I'm joined by my colleague, Mary Catherine Mihak from Mihak Kelly and Associates. We worked with city staff on the development of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and in this presentation, we'll be giving you a very high-level overview of the topics covered and the plan's recommendations. Next slide. Thank you. So, what is the purpose of a master plan? It guides the planning and provision of parks and recreation services over the next 10 years, so it's a high-level document. It develops recommendations using a broad data set, including surveys, interviews, facility use, recreation trends, etc. And it should be viewed as a living document to be updated and adjusted throughout the annual budget and planning process. This means that recommendations may be advanced, delayed, or amended to respond to changing circumstances. It should also be noted that some initiatives will require additional community consultation to arrive at detailed plans and designs. Council and staff will determine when and how initiatives are ultimately implemented. And finally, as an accompaniment to the master plan, a parkland dedication bylaw was also drafted. Next slide. Through the development of the plan, these 7 items emerged as top themes or priorities: supporting and implementing the park revitalization plan, confirming indoor pool needs in light of changes to supply in the next 10 years, the importance of free and low-cost recreation options, particularly for youth, seniors, and other vulnerable populations, accessibility in all areas of service, that means parks, facilities, and programs and events, the need to proactively plan for asset management and capital upgrades, being ready to respond to trends and emerging interests. Some of the emerging interests we heard of frequently were pickleball, dog parks, cricket, and ultimate frisbee. And of course, ensuring that operations, needs, and staffing are in place to implement the directives of the plan. These themes were common throughout all of the assessments and recommendations. So the actual master plan itself was split into 4 main service areas: programs and events, recreation facilities, both indoor and outdoor, parks, and service delivery. The next 8 slides will provide a very brief overview of each area. Next slide, please. Programs and events. The programs and events recommendations echo the themes from the previous slide and include directions for expanding or supporting opportunities for youth, adults, seniors, aquatics, and arts, culture, and heritage, as well as focusing on providing accessible and free and low-cost opportunities. I'm going to pass it over to Mary Catherine for a bit to take us through facilities.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Leandra. The plan notes the need to continue looking at ways to optimize all facility use by continuing to work on accessibility, needed capital improvements, and scheduling. With respect to indoor facilities, the focus of recommendations is to base investments in adding to supply by verifying demand and feasibility through monitoring use and preparing studies to determine the potential to support them, especially major facilities of interest such as a competitive aquatic facility and indoor tennis and pickleball courts. Next slide, please. For outdoor facilities, the recommendations include focusing future municipal investment in baseball at Strathclair Sports Complex, and with its proximity to Sinclair Yards, creating a baseball hub. Very limited use of the 2 junior baseball diamonds at Elliott Sports Complex supports repurposing the space for other park uses. And the Joe Foreman track may warrant upgrades, and as major facility users, the school board should be encouraged to contribute to this work. Improved tennis and pickleball facilities will support organized use, which should be monitored to verify if and when additional courts are needed. An arts, culture, and heritage theme would be fitting for the downtown core and waterfront, along with expanded event use of Bellevue Park bandshell. Back to Leandra.
All right, thank you. So the park section had a set of general recommendations that apply to all parks or to help guide general park planning. They included the topics listed here: the parkland classification and provision, the park revitalization plan, accessibility and comfort, horticulture and community gardens, free unstructured outdoor activities, outdoor ice rinks, a new dog park, and trails. Next slide, please. Next, there included a series of park-specific recommendations, including, for example, preparing park master plans for Clergue and Bellevue, and adding playgrounds and lighting to specific amenities. I will note this is an example, as I mentioned on the first slide, where certain initiatives will require further community consultation and further planning. The master plan for those two parks is an example of that. Next slide, please. A few more park-specific examples are shown here, including accessibility improvements to Manzo and Greco pools, completing the second phase of the skate park at QE, and improvements to Strathclair. Back to Mayor Catherine.
Next slide, please. The plan looks at general approaches to supporting its implementation. Each of these above noted topics is considered part of service delivery in the plan. And the next slide summarizes our recommendations for service delivery. Next slide, please. The city should continue its activities in both direct and indirect service provision as appropriate based on the nature of the service, and should prepare a formal operations and staffing review to establish a baseline for what is needed now in terms of staffing to meet current needs, and on which to identify additional requirements over time to align with service growth. Policy recommendations focus on reviewing existing and preparing new policy, addressing service pricing, affordable access, collaboration with other parties, and supporting the volunteer sector. Several revenue-generating programs are suggested to offset costs, and a marketing and communication strategy is recommended to optimize awareness and use of all available services. A comprehensive database to inform planning, along with joint planning activities with all key providers, will help ensure resources are effectively allocated to meet community needs as opposed to wants. Next slide, please. The implementation plan for all the recommendations is summarized here and is detailed in the document itself. It comprises high-level estimates of those items to which a figure could be attached. For certain services such as major recreation facilities, marketing and staffing operations, the costs reflect studies to be done that will in turn confirm detailed initiatives and costs. As noted, the total 10-year budget of 18.9 million represents an average of 1.9 million a year, and total costs are relatively equally distributed in short, medium, and long-term timeframes. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you for inviting us today, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Council. Questions of the presenters or question on the staff report, which is 8.3.2. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question is through you to Mr. Lamming, I believe. Mr. Lamming, this really fulsome report here, does this live with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee now in terms of kind of fleshing out some recommendations on prioritization or giving further input?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Dufour, yes, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee is aware of the report. They're involved. What happens now is staff takes these recommendations and we bring budget requests forward yearly based on the recommendations. So you'll see here approximately 2 million per year for the next 3 years. What we have done in the past, in the last Parks and Recreation Master Plan, is we bring forward those new amenities and repairs, and we bring it every year to council for a decision. Tonight, you're just approving the living document for the next 10 years. That's been done with consultation. Just want to recognize a few members that have stayed this far. Mr. Steve Zupa sitting over there, Travis Reed, Virginia McLeod, and then Susan Hamilton Beach, Peter Tenazzo, and Diane Morrell were also involved. So I want to thank them for their time on this plan.
Absolutely. And that's part of where my question is going. I don't want to see the plan stop there. And thank you for telling us about some of the next steps. I know that as councillors, we get feedback on Parks and Recreation kind of only when maybe something is fallen into disrepair or folks want something extra, but to have the guiding plan and hopefully some of the recommendations followed through on with other capital replacement plans, I think would be a really good thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's just more comment. It was a well-written, overall report. And, the next 10 years are going to be exciting. And if I read the report correctly, I believe that you mentioned about capital campaigns. If I read that correctly.
Yes.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollis. Oh, go ahead, Leandra.
No, I was just, yeah, we did talk about capital campaigns for big projects.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I saw something about, around capital campaigns for fundraising for parks.
Well, that was one of the things that we might have spoken about in the fundraising, or not fundraising, revenue generating section, in terms of generating money for projects, for plans, projects like parks or, facilities. Unless it was talked about in the parks section specifically.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Nope, then I misunderstood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Other councillors have questions? There's a very detailed report. It's, I suspect that had this come up at 5 o'clock, there'd be a host of questions. So the luck of the draw here has meant that there aren't many questions, but I think one point that the report was had lots of detail on specifics that are going to happen in specific parks, but each one of these things, Mr. Lamming, will be coming back to council as they require approval, correct? We can take the framework to be a guiding document of where we might be going next in terms of the priorities that will come to council.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your time and for sticking with us till 9 p.m. tonight. And we look forward to the rollout of this.
A motion by Councillor Bruni and Segurdo, resolved that the report of the Director of Community Services dated May 13, 2024 be received, and that the Parks and Recreation Master Plan 2024-2034 be approved.
All in favor? That carries. We're through the.
Just waiting. Councillor.
Thank you.
Everyone's in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Brings us to the consent agenda, council. Finally, beyond the presentations. Questions on consent? Okay. Got a couple of comments then, very brief ones. The year-end financial report, I wanted to note to staff that through good fiscal stewardship, as well as some good luck on certain things, we've got a $6.3 million surplus, which is good news, bad news, because we've got a significant portion of that surplus attributable to lack of ability to fill certain positions. So that's the bad news aspect of it. The good news is that we are in strong fiscal health for the last fiscal year, and that is a testament to our staff doing excellent work on their fiscal stewardship. So thank you. And then there was the downtown security footprint. Yes, Councillor Bruni? Yeah.
Can Ms. Shao explain the Port of Goma Inc. on the report regarding 552,000 will be written off? Just explain it, please, if you don't mind.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, this goes back to previous to the SR Steel CCAA that happened in 2015. So at that time, there was a funding agreement that was between NOHFC and FedNor, the city, and SR to start looking at phase one of building a new port of Algoma. When the CCAA occurred, There was an amount owing from SR, which is the amount that we're requesting to have written off, that was uncollected. We waited because there was some discussion that the port might continue. But with the CCAA, it was an unsecured receivable, which means that we would not collect it. Now, just for council's information, this has been set aside and allowed for several years ago. So there is absolutely no impact to the tax levy in 2023 or 2024 going forward. This is just to get it off of our receivables because it skews our receivables and makes it look like we have a lot of uncollected amounts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. 714, I just wanted to congratulate the Old Stone House. They are within about 50 visits of pre-pandemic levels, so they have made the best recovery that they could, and that's representative on their balance sheet. And we expect that their foot traffic will keep growing in years to come. So kudos to Kathy and the team there. And then we've accepted 714 because of Councillor Spina's conflict. So I'll just make a couple comments when we get to that. Seeing no other, yes, Councillor Scott.
Speak to 719, the 2024 road resurfacing program.
Go ahead.
Just a couple questions for myself. Happy to see this list. A lot of West End representation on roads that Councillor Gardy and I have been talking about for some time. First one I wanted to ask about was second line. It mentions Gooley Avenue Westerly. Do we have an idea about how far westerly we're talking? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I don't remember who wrote the report, maybe Carl?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Scott, we have $400,000 from the name escapes me, the funding program. Shelley might remember. And it's $400,000 to do that. That gets us about 400 meters west of Gooley Avenue.
Okay.
Nord's funding.
Yes. So that would, I'm thinking that would resolve one of the issues that we've had some calls about. And then my next question, and forgive me, I should know this answer. Baseline, Airport Road to city limits. Does the city go straight to Walls Road or does it stop prior to that? I always forget this one on baseline.
You're to Councillor, I'm not sure.
Yeah, see that, I know, it's a tricky one.
East line is the dividing line.
Yeah.
So north of baseline.
But it says baseline Airport Road to city limits. So we'll be going from Airport Road further west, right?
The baseline to Walls Road is the dividing line.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we'll go right to Walls Road. Yeah, because I know half the road is city, I think, and half the road is Prince.
Right.
So are we only paving half the road?
Dear Mr. Mayor to Councillor Scott, no, we're going to do the whole road.
I think we should build Prince. Okay, so if it goes right to Walls, that's excellent. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Gardy on 719. Just turn the button there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor to Carl. So Carl, just briefly on point that Councillor Scott mentioned, in terms of the maintenance of that road and or any improvements that we do to that road, is there some sort of cost sharing with Prince? I know it wouldn't be much, but I'm just wondering.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Gardy, we on the perimeter roads, the dividing line is right in the middle of the road. So on our bridges, our perimeter bridges, we split the cost with. I'm pretty certain that we're doing all of baseline though. That's a good question. I can get back to you. We do bill Prince on a yearly basis for the roads that they add to the program. They usually do a road in Prince, and I'll get back to you on baseline as a perimeter road.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else on 719? Okay, seeing none. We can have a vote on the consent agenda.
A motion by Councillors Kinnick and Secordo resolved that all items listed under date May 13, 2023 Agenda item 7, consent agenda, save and accept agenda item 7.10 be approved as recommended.
All in favor? That carries.
And 7.10, it's a motion by Councillors Bruni and Segurdo resolved that the report of the Director of Community Services dated May 13, 2024 concerning downtown security foot patrols be received and that council approve the establishment of a pilot program to implement a downtown foot patrol.
Any questions on this, Council? Councillor Kinnick as well?
Very quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Laming. They have the times set out here in the motion from, I believe it was 11 a.m. to 3 and 6 to 10, correct? Are those flexible if they need to be adjusted?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kinnick, yes, they were started as a starting point to have afternoon and evening coverage. There is going to be flexibility within the RFP to allow for us to change that if we have higher need times either at night or early in the morning. So that will be provided in the RFP for services.
Right, thank you so much.
Councillor Kinnick, Councillor Vezo-Allen?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Laming. Brent, it says that you're going to work in conjunction with the Downtown Ambassador Program. In what capacity will that be? Are they going to be working in tandem? Are some of the security people going to be with the downtown ambassadors? Is there going to be some sort of training? Could you kind of just elaborate that, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, we're working in tandem. This will be purely security foot patrols. Last time there was a combination of both. The feedback that was received was that when they were more visible and prevalent in the area, it worked much better. So they will have an established route. The diagram is provided for the area of coverage. And then if there's other needs other than security, then they can refer to the services, Neighborhood Resource Center, police services, mental health, different associations that are available.
Okay, so my concern is that we have security out, but if they don't have the information as to where to refer someone to, or if they don't have an auxiliary kit, like, is there going to be a little more heightened training if they do encounter someone that is in distress as to who to call, where to call, how to deal with that situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, we'll take your feedback and we'll include that in the RFP to provide that so they can respond to the submission.
Yeah, you should also include the homelessness and housing prevention team, Mr. Laming, that's through DSAP as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Bruni?
Yes, question to Mr. Laming regarding the downtown hub for the police services. Have you had communication with them recently? Because I know they are looking at a location and a startup very, very soon. Just that.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, from my understanding, Mr. Vera may have more information, but what I understand is their dynamic patrols will be starting again in the downtown core. From what I understand in discussions with them, that's done on a volunteer basis, so it is sporadic coverage at best at times, but there is some coverage there, and I'm not sure if there's been any advancement on the location. Last I heard, it was going to take some time for that to get established, but maybe I'll defer to Mr. Vera if he has anything further.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, we have had some conversations. I know it'll take some time for police to get up to a full complement for that downtown detachment. So that's where this was seen as something, a bit of a bridge and maybe a complement in the short term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Zagordo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question once again asked and answered, but I'd like to just thank the DSAP board for the contribution towards this program downtown. I think any form of additional security and things of that nature are very important. So thanks to DSAP.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. And agree, the downtown security patrols I think help people feel safer downtown, and there's a sense of security when you know that there is security officers in the vicinity, and hopefully that will make people comfortable going downtown, grabbing lunch, doing some shopping, and seeing all that there is to see at the amenities that are in the downtown core. So I appreciate DSAB's ability to help and our ability to redeploy some of those resources for downtown security for the balance of the year. So with that, all in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That carries.
Yes, to agenda item 8.8.1, an appointment to fill the Downtown Association vacancy. I have a motion by councillors Bruni and Segurdo resolved that Tamar Tucker be appointed to the Downtown Business Improvement Area Downtown Association Board from May 13, 2024 to December 31, 2026.
Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Catch up with that. As to 9.1. It's a motion by councillors Bruni and Spina, whereas the state of healthcare in Ontario is in crisis with 2.3 million Ontarians lacking access to a family doctor, emergency room closures across the province, patients being derostered, and 40% of family doctors considering retirement over the next 5 years. And whereas the Northern Ontario School of Medicine University says communities in Northern Ontario are short more than 350 physicians, including more than 200 family doctors, and half of the physicians working in Northern Ontario are expected to retire in the next 5 years. And whereas the Ontario Medical Association and the province of Ontario were negotiating a funding agreement to improve access, reduce wait times, and to help encourage physicians to enter the areas of practice most in need. And whereas the percentage of family physicians practicing comprehensive family medicine has declined from 77% in 2008 to 65% in 2022. And whereas per capita healthcare spending in Ontario is the lowest of all provinces in Canada, and whereas the government of Ontario recently submitted arguments to an arbitrator stating there is no concern of a diminished supply of physicians, ignoring the real needs of communities across the province, including Sault Ste. Marie and every Ontarian without access to a physician. Now therefore be it resolved, the Council of the City of Sault Ste. Marie urge the province of Ontario to recognize the physician shortage in Sault Ste. Marie and Ontario, to fund healthcare appropriately and ensure every Ontarian has access to physician care.
Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for writing this resolution. It's fairly simple. Family medicine has declined since 2008, from 2008 to 2022 by 11%. We urge the provincial government and our local MPP Ross Romano regarding our doctor shortage here in Sault Ste. Marie. The government maintains a quota system on how many students are allowed to enroll in the Ontario medical schools and how many resident training positions are available. It's time to increase those numbers. Every citizen in the Soo and across Ontario should have access to a physician. And as of May 31st, we're going to have more than 10,000 individuals with no family doctor here in the Soo. So I hope this resolution can speed up the process from our provincial politicians and hopefully move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni, Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support this. Thank you for penning this. And, yourself and I had some good conversations on this topic. And in particular, another issue that I want to make sure that the provincial government is aware of, and my ward mate, Councillor Hollingsworth, was involved in these discussions as well. We have difficulty in Northern Ontario communities here, especially with, and this is coming directly from staff of the hospital, especially with flights and the inconsistent flights that are coming into Sault Ste. Marie. And we're having a very difficult time getting doctors from Southern Ontario and other parts of the province to come to Northern Ontario and serve the needs of our people here. And it's really important for our province to recognize the lack of physicians in our area, the lack of care, healthcare that's happening in our area and beyond. And really, it's time to see Northern Ontario on the map here to talk about these things at a provincial level.
Councillor Spina, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just want to make comment. I'm very happy to see this resolution. So thank you to Councillor Bruni, Councillor Spina, and our mayor. I just want to give you a quick update. I was in conversation with NOSM University last week. I'm happy to say that even though it's a small step, in 2022, 55% of their graduates selected family medicine as their career. That's significant because when you graduate with MD, that doesn't mean you're going to guarantee practicing family medicine. You may go on and go into a specialty, but 55% of their graduating class selected family medicine. So having said that, very happy about this resolution. Very happy that we work with NOSM and they're a great partner, and whatever we can do to support them, I think we should move forward with as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Other councillors? Councillor Garrity?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Though it is our responsibility to advocate residents of Sault Ste. Marie, I think it's absurd that it even had to be brought forward. I don't know how the government of Ontario could stand by that comment that there's no concern of a diminished supply of physicians. I don't like to think that the provincial government could be that out of touch, but when you go around cavalierly using language and statements as irresponsible as that, you kind of get a sense that they may very well be, at least in terms of this file. So I appreciate you bringing it forward. It's a shame that we had to call that attention to it, because you think they'd know by now of the struggles across the province, especially in Northern Ontario, but I guess they don't. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Garrity. Other councillors, questions or comments on this? I'm going to add to the bafflement that Councillor Garrity has expressed. So January 25th of this year, the Group Health Center announced that 10,000 patients are going to be derostered effective May 31st. Since then, it has only been bad news in terms of physician recruitment. First, there is a lot of commentary on the impact that the capital gains changes will have from the federal government on physicians practicing in Canada. So that is making it more difficult to retain physicians. Second, the province won't negotiate an agreement with the OMA to fairly compensate physicians, as they have properly done in British Columbia, and I think Alberta was the other province. Instead, we're going to arbitration, or the province is going to arbitration with the Ontario Medical Association, and saying things like there is no concern for diminished supply of physicians in Ontario. That's not the Ontario we live in. The Ontario we live in, up here in the north, has a serious concern on diminished supply. And it's like, we're not part of the equation. So the province really needs to return to the bargaining table and check, what areas of Ontario they're talking about. Because I suspect if you asked any municipality in Ontario, they'd have a concern about the diminished supply of physicians, not just in Northern Ontario. Finally, Councillor Hollingsworth mentioned NOSM. Since the announcement of the Group Health Center derostering patients, there has been an acceptance or there has been acknowledgement that we need more physicians. So instead of adding physicians to a place like NOSM that is graduating more family physicians than any other med school in the country, they're building a new medical school in Vaughan. Nonsensical, if you ask. So there is a lot wrong on this file, and I think it all goes to show that the priorities on this file are completely backwards. And this is hopefully one in a series of motions that will be passed by municipalities across the province, urging them to get their head out of the sand on this file. So with that, I hope we can pass this unanimously. All in favor? That does pass unanimously.
To bylaws. Motion by Councillors Kinnick and Sabordo, resolve that all bylaws under item 12 of the agenda under date May 13, 2024 be approved.
All in favor? Carries.
And I have a motion by Councillors Bruni and Zagordo that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries. Thank you.